Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome the Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Ms. Sifiwe Kwakube. Thank you very much, Minister, for coming. I had a meeting with the Minister before coming over here. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me as we welcome the program director for the day, our one and only Deputy Minister for Basic Education in South Africa, Dr. Makgabo Regina Mahaule.
Thank you so much, Facilitator, our Director General, Mr. Matanzima Moeli. I like you because all the time you would facilitate that you keep the room cool, that people should not be bored when we still do our other things. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gathered here today on this very special occasion on the 2024 Teaching and Learning International Survey, TALIS, South Africa results. We were here yesterday. When we entered the room, all of us, we felt it's different. I also expected to see this row of flowers. Now I was looking, where are the flowers? Where are the speakers? Where are those screens? But the room has changed. This is Nombolo Mdluli Hall in Skukuza, Mbombela and Bushbuck Ridge, they share, but this part is part of Mbombela, Ehlanzeni, Mpumalanga in South Africa. I want to welcome all our international guests who saw it important that we stay and want to share and want to be part of this report. We had a very successful meeting yesterday. When I was inside the room, personally, I never thought I'm in South Africa. I realized when we had to drive and see the animals that, oh, I'm home. And with me, fortunately, this is my local space. I live around the area. I walk to the park. I don't drive. I drive just because of the protocols of the park. But my great-grandfathers were living inside the park. So when I walk around or drive around, I visit their graves and so, oh, they are sleeping here. So that's who we are. But I want to thank the park, of course. They did not just push us out. They still take care of those people who are living in the park and those villages around the park. Most of the time, you'd be invited to come and open schools, open classrooms, give computers coming from the park. So we want to appreciate, unlike others, when they have pushed you, they just leave you to suffer there. These ones did not do that, or it's because it's part of government, I don't know. Can we clap hands for them? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not used to, as to my other responsibility, I'm not used to starting a meeting and saying, now we'll start the meeting. Dr. Chetty, did you arrange for the national anthem? We are going to do it. This is South Africa. Dr. Chetty, where are you? Did your people arrange for the opening of this session with the national anthem? Oh, is it ready? Ladies and gentlemen, shall we all stand up? I didn't get an indication of the AU anthem. May we be seated? Gentlemen, as I indicated that we gather today, a day after the G20 education group that was successful and well. Want to appreciate them. Those who have gone back home, they are safe. Us appreciate your staying behind to be part of this meeting. Use, it's a mirror to yourself. So when you mirror yourself, you look at yourself, then what then do you do? Don't just because want to improve the system. That's why we participate in this international surveys. So that your schedule is under tremendous pressure, but you manage to make this happen. With that, want to thank you so much, and want to thank the MECs that are present in our midst. Other MECs were with us yesterday, they left. Other provinces are present today. HODs, are you here today? I see one HOD from Limpopo. Only HOD from Limpopo is here. HODs, can you show by raise of hand? It's our report. It cannot be a report from TBE. It's a report of the sector. Oh, I'm disappointed. District directors? District directors? At least I appreciate, I can see district directors are here because it's their report. Schools, education in South Africa is happening in the districts. So if we have sleeping district directors, the education will sleep. But if we have vacant district directors, education will be sharp in our country. So we appreciate the good work that you are doing in the districts and the support that you receive from provinces and the support that you receive from the TBE. Without waste of time, I'm going to call upon a woman who's representing a man. Our Honorable Premier is Mr. Mandla Ndlovu, a man who could not be with us today, but she sent a hardworking woman who's an MEC for education in the province of Mpumalanga, who's a teacher by profession, a former mayor, former councillor, former executive mayor, former speaker, and now MEC for education. Let's encourage her with a good round of applause as she's coming on the stage. MEC Masina.
Program Director, Dr. Mhaule, thank you very much for this opportunity. As I'm standing here on behalf of our Honorable Premier Ndlovu, who requested me to also extend his apology for him not being able to attend this very important gathering due to his other work-related engagement. Program Director, allow me to greet our Honorable Minister, Messi Viwe Khwarube, yourself, Program Director, as our Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Mhaule, our members of Executive Council from our sister provinces in our midst. We've got Honorable Lerure Ramakanye, MEC for Education in Limpopo, Let me also greet our special guests and officials from the G20 member states that are here in our midst. Representative from the Department of Basic Education, representative from the Department of Higher Education and Training, representative from the different universities, leadership of different universities, leadership of education sector unions that are here with us today, leadership of Association of School Governing Bodies, principals of schools, members of school management teams, our teachers, learners, representatives from media, all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me, Program Director, to begin by acknowledging with great appreciation that we have had a truly progressive engagement for the Education Sector Week. Our profound gratitude goes to everyone whose dedication and effort made this possible. Siyabonga kakhulu. Indeed, Program Director, we can all agree that Mpumalanga is a province of remarkable beauty in its people, its culture, its landscape, and its unyielding commitment to excellence in education. On behalf of our Premier, Honorable Mandla Ndlovu, and the entire education leadership in the province, it gives me an immense pleasure to extend our warm welcome to this important occasion, the launch of the International Teaching and Learning Survey, TALIS. We're deeply honored that this launch minister finds it home today in our shores, a province determined to create and sustain an environment where learning and teaching truly thrive. Today's launch offers us an important opportunity to reflect, to engage. Program Director, pride in our projects, strengthening early childhood development and advancing digital literacy to empowering our teachers through continuous professional development. We celebrate the dedication of our teachers and the invaluable partnership with stakeholders who work tirelessly to ensure that education continues to succeed in every corner of our province. And it is our pride to indicate that the best teacher in the country came from this province. We also express our sincere gratitude to the Department of Basic Education for entrusting Mpumalanga with the honor of hosting this prestigious launch. As you engage in the discussion ahead, may you be guided by the spirit of Ubuntu in the belief that I am, because remind us that we can achieve when we stand together in pursuit of a better future for our learners. Before I close, Honorable Program Director, allow me to extend our best wishes to the class of 2025, who as we speak are writing their final examination in the different centers. May they be inspired by our collective commitment and by the understanding that we all stand behind them. Welcome once again to this beautiful province, the province of the rising sun. May your time here be meaningful, be inspiring, and be filled with purpose. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, MEC. Now we are at home, we can take off our jackets, the dogs. Where are the dogs? You didn't tell us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just unfortunate that I was not given a list of some of the ministers who are here. We have ministers in our midst from other sister countries, Minister. So I wish I have a list to formally acknowledge them, because it's not, we should appreciate their staying and be part of us. And all of you, ladies and gentlemen, you are very important. Your being here today to us is very important. And today, as the DG indicated, is the first day of the writing of the final examinations for matric. Our MECs were not supposed to be here, including the Minister for Basic Education was not supposed to be here but in education, unfortunately, we all know the sector, that you must be able to multitask when you are in education. So now, I'm going to introduce to you a woman who can multitask, who can be in every corner of the country at the same time, who has ears to hear from Buzini to Leandra, from Springbok to Worcester to Cape Town, every corner to Free State. Her ears are there. She's in contact with every school in the country. All the 25,000 schools, her ear is there in every school. She's accountable for every child, 13 million children in the Republic of South Africa, including the so many centers of the early childhood development. I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to stand up as we welcome the Minister of Basic Education to come and address us. Her name is Siviwe Kwahube, the Minister of Basic Education in the Republic of South Africa. Let's do it better than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I'm pretty sure for the ministers in the room, you probably also would like a Deputy Minister who introduces you like that. At your earliest convenience, please find one. It does make the job a lot more fun. Program Director, Dr. Mhauli, the honorable ministers and heads of delegations from G20 countries and guest countries who are here, distinguished representatives from our partner organizations, deputy ministers, MECs, our MECs who are here. As I said to many of you who were in the room yesterday, our MECs are the ones who really, that's where the rubber hits the road. When we talk about policy, they are the ones who make sure that the policy gets implemented and that they are the ones who actually are the deliverers of our education system. So they are a very important cog in the system. And so really want to thank them. Even as we release this report today, I think it's also very much a reflection on the work that they do in their various provinces. Representatives from our teacher unions and professional bodies, school principals, educators, our partners in research and policy. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Thank you for joining us today as we launch the Teaching and Learning International Survey of 2024, the South Africa Report. This report helps us hold a mirror to ourselves as the basic education sector, as a country, and as a community of people who believe that education is our greatest pathway to a fair and prosperous South Africa. It indeed is the greatest pathway for us to undo the inequality and the infrastructure that apartheid has left in our country decades later. We stand here with a great sense of pride. South Africa is the only African nation who have participated twice in TALIS, in 2018 and again in 2024. This places our country in a position of continental leadership in terms of evidence policy making. We are willingly open to our classrooms, to our school management systems, and our professional practices to international scrutiny. And I think that's important, the fact that we are prepared to have a mirror held up to ourselves, because as I've often said, what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. And so it's very important that we undertake this exercise. By doing so, we signal confidence not only in our progress, but more importantly, in our willingness to confront our challenges with honesty and resolve. The 7th administration has set itself the task of rebuilding trust in the state, in public institutions, and in education as a public good. Central to this effort is strengthening the teaching profession, restoring dignity to the classroom, and rebuilding the foundation of learning in every South African school. TALIS gives voice to those who live the reality of education every single day, which are the teachers and the principals. It helps us shape responsive policy and align it with the lived experience of our educators. In this way, TALIS aligns with our strategic focus on 1, strengthening the foundations of learning, 2, professionalizing and empowering the teaching workforce, and 3, building resilient, future-ready system in an era of digital transformation. The report reveals that South Africa has one of the youngest teaching cohorts globally. Our average teacher age has decreased from 43 years old in 2018 to 41 years old in 2024. In the same period, the OECD average age of teachers has increased to 45 years old. This means that our efforts to attract young people into the profession is bearing fruit. Over 23% of our teachers are under the age of 30. This demographic shift is important and it's quite significant. It means that our classrooms are increasingly led by a new generation of digitally adaptable, eager, hopeful teachers who are invested in the future. I've seen this impact personally when I visited Makumbuza High School in KwaZulu-Natal, where a teacher was using dance and song to teach life sciences in an engaging and relatable manner. In fact, he had become a TikTok sensation, and that's how we found him. And he was using this platform to not only share his teaching and unique teaching practices, but his learners were enthused by the work that he does. Even more encouraging, 62% of our teachers in this report that their teaching was their first choice in their career. And this is important in the South African context, particularly where Black people in this country were relegated to only the teaching profession, the nursing profession, for a very long time during apartheid. And the fact that 62% of our teachers are saying that teaching was their first career choice is incredibly significant. This is up from 49% in 2018. This is a sign that our work of repositioning teaching as a profession of purpose and a profession of impact, a profession of dignity, is slowly gaining ground. We must continue to make the teaching profession fashionable, attractive, safe, and fulfilling for those who are called to this noble profession. At the same time, we must confront the leadership gender gap. While 62% of teachers are women, only 32% of principals are female. This is an area where equity must translate into leadership opportunity. On the positive side, we are above the OECD average for female school principal, which stands at 15%. While we are not where we want to be, we must appreciate that we are doing much better than most countries. 93% of newly qualified teachers rated their initial training as high quality. Again, quite significant. This is well above the OECD average. Yet young teachers report gaps in areas that matter deeply to our system. These include teaching in multilingual classrooms, differentiated instruction, and using digital tools effectively. That is why the work that we are doing in mother tongue-based bilingual education is so important. We must strengthen training we give to teachers to be able to teach in a multicultural, multilingual context, such as South Africa. The MTBBE has the full support and confidence of the 7th administration. It's a strategic lever that we believe can be the catalyst of strengthening not only the foundations of learning, but our efforts in improving literacy and numeracy. So TALIS lays bare the daily complexities of our classrooms. In 65% of schools, more than 10% of learners speak a language different from the language of instruction. More than half the teachers report that learners struggle with the language of learning and teaching, and 56% of learners come from socioeconomically disadvantaged homes, and around 1/4 of teachers in schools with significant special needs populations. These realities underscore why it is so important that we are committed to the foundations of learning, particularly reading with understanding, enabling a multilingual pedagogy, and supporting inclusive education. TALIS confirms what our curriculum reforms and literacy accelerator programs already recognize. Strong foundations are not optional, they are the oxygen of learning. TALIS shows us that South African teachers value professional development more than most of their global peers, with 73% of respondents saying it meaningfully impacts their practice, which is really, really important. The fact that 73% of respondents said that they are meaningfully impacted by their practice when it comes to professional development. Teachers are clearly committed to growth, but we must ensure that we continue professional teacher development programs that are responsive to emerging needs such as artificial intelligence, environmental education, and inclusive education. One of the most sobering findings in the report relates to teacher mindset. South Africa emerges as a statistical outlier in some teachers that hold the belief that intelligence is fixed and cannot be changed. This deeply concerns us because it touches at the core of pedagogy. If teachers believe that a learner has a fixed intellectual ceiling, then the possibility of transformation is diminished. We want a system that is built on hope, possibility, and resilience. We want teachers who believe in growth that has no limits. This is a critical area for South Africa to reflect on, and teacher empowerment and pedagogical recalibration. Nearly half of our teachers already recognize AI tools for lesson and use AI tools for lesson planning, learner support, and professional tasks, higher than the OECD average. This shows an appetite and readiness for new technologies, but it does require us to think about how do we harness for greater improvement in learning outcomes. Among teachers who do not use AI, 57% of them say they lack the necessary skills, and 75% of them cite inadequate infrastructure. Again, this is an area that we must look at, and we must ask ourselves, how do we do better? This duality is important. It signals a readiness among some of our young teachers and structural barriers that we must address if we are to fully harness the digital learning. And perhaps one of the most important findings is that 59% of teachers and 58% of principals experience high levels of work-related stress. South African teachers carry one of the highest teaching loads globally, an average of 26.6 hours per week compared to the OECD average of 20.21%. This relates to excessive marking, administrative burdens, and learner discipline issues as key stress factors. A teacher who's running on empty cannot ignite learning. A system that values quality must protect the well-being of those who carry it. I am intervening in this regard. I gave a newly operationalized National Education and Training Council the mandate to investigate how can we lessen the administrative burden on teachers. They will advise on strategies, on tools, and systems that we can use to make sure that our teachers are not overburdened. TALIS points to stress that is caused by intimidation and verbal abuse from learners, which affects a massive proportion of our teachers. Again, this reinforces one of our key priorities, that we need to make South African schools a place of safety and dignity, not only just for the learners, but for the teachers too. Learning cannot happen in a fear, and teaching cannot flourish in insecurity. We signed the Safe Schools Protocol with the South African Police Service to address this very issue. Incidents of violence in our schools have been on a downward trend, but the TALIS results show us that we must accelerate our work. Ladies and gentlemen, the report shows strong teacher agency and high levels of participation in professional learning communities. South African teachers are leaders within their schools. However, principals often prioritize administrative discipline over instructional leadership. This is an opportunity to shift school leadership towards learning-focused cultures, especially within our foundational phase priorities. We're not simply here to admire or critique the data. We are here to translate what TALIS tells us into action steps. How do we strengthen and support our teachers? How do we ground learning in literacy and numeracy? How do we expand professional teacher development? How do we cultivate a culture of growth mindset? And how do we foster safety, belonging, and well-being in our schools? TALIS reminds us that teaching is not simply the delivery of content. It is the forging of futures, and our teachers are the bridges between disadvantage and opportunity. As a government, we commit to strengthening those who build those bridges. To our teachers, your work is not in vain. Your voices captured in this report are now part of our agenda of transformation. To our principals, your leadership is catalyst for change, and to our partners and our researchers, thank you for holding us accountable. To all South Africans, education is not just a spectator sport. It is a national imperative that must be available to all. Let us move forward with courage to change and the humility to learn and the urgency to act. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Can we give her another big round of applause? I told you, she has claws everywhere. She's connected with all the schools, with all what is happening in the system. We may undermine her and think she's young. She's young and brilliant. So in our midst, we have been joined by MEC, the MEC that has just joined us, MEC Noordkap, Northern Cape. Oh, you are here. Thank you so much, MEC, for joining us. And I'm not the only program director. I'm directing with MEC Limpopo. Can you stand up so that they see you? MEC Mavungu. So when you see her coming up, you must know that we are two program directors of this program. And I'm just doing my only SNAP survey. I can't see at the back. I wish to see who's here at the back. I didn't establish all the protocols of people that are here. That's why I say all of us are very important. I know that in our midst, we have a minister from Singapore, minister from Mauritius, deputy minister from Norway, a minister from Angola of education, deans of universities and professors of universities. I know This is a culmination of the work that we're all doing together. That's why we say in education is not a one man's show. We need all the hands. We have private sector in our midst. We have the TBSA, as it was indicated earlier on, Mureki, the one that we need the most, the one who's our hands, where our hands cannot reach. So we have other business people in our midst, and other banks are here. We have also the teacher unions. Without teacher unions, education would not be as effective as it is today. Want to take this opportunity because all the time when we thank our teachers, we thank their leaders, their unions, because they are the ones that are helping the department even in teacher development. They don't just negotiate for wages. They develop their teachers. They work with them. They know the ground. They know what is important for a teacher, because you cannot prepare any subject for developing a teacher without a teacher. So the unions, because they are closer to them, they know much better the needs of the teachers. Education International is here. AU commissions, representatives are here. We have our 2 special teachers in our midst. The award-winning, they are in the program, they are going to speak. You'll see them when that time comes, and one teacher from the School of Skills. So want to appreciate those of you that I have not mentioned, and you play a role. Please know that you are acknowledged, you are important. So we don't want to waste time. We have come to the gist of the matter, what we are here for today. The launch of TALIS South Africa report. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call Andreas Slesher to come forward to present that report for us. He will even facilitate this program of the launch of the report. Andreas. Oh, OECD is, what do you call it? OECD is here, he's not alone. Eh? They mustn't say it's our work, but they don't recognize us. We humbly recognize you. Andreas.
Good morning, and first of all, I want to express my really heartfelt thanks to Minister Haruba and her amazing team for putting this event together. I do not know anyone who has a greater passion for education and for its educators. And I think, Minister, you know that the quality of education can never exceed the quality of education of educators. But at the very same time, I think you're also acutely aware, and you've just mentioned it, that the quality of educators can never exceed the environment that we put together for teachers. And that's really what our work is about. Over the last 2 days in the G20, we talked a lot about teachers. We talked about teacher shortages. And you can see, if you add it all up, sub-Saharan Africa misses 50 million teachers. That's a lot of people that are needed to make education work in this region. When you look in greater detail into this, you see it's not just numbers that are missing. It's also that about 1/3 of the teachers in this region do not meet the expectations the system has set for themselves. It's an issue of quality. But the issue is we will not find answers to those questions without understanding what the people themselves who are concerned think about this, their perspectives on how they see their job. What makes these jobs, not just financially, but intellectually attractive? What creates that mission? And that's really what this TALIS survey is about, getting that perspective from educators into that picture. We look at the demands that are placed on people, on teachers. We look at the resources they have, and we look at the kind of personal resources. I think, Minister, you mentioned actually what is perhaps the most important resource in education, the teacher's mindsets, the teacher's beliefs. No? We know from lots of OECD research that, learning outcomes are not as much influenced by, class sizes and even, learning time than what teachers believe about the students' future. No? Do teachers know who their students are, who they want to become? Do they accompany them on their journey? That kind of mindset that we believe that every young person can learn. Hugely influential outcomes. And then, at the professional outcomes, the teaching outcomes, the well-being outcomes, the job satisfaction, and ultimately, what do people want to do with their lives? The numbers that you've seen before, teacher shortages, employment conditions, all of that, determines where people want to go in their life. Ultimately, people vote at the feet. Now, that is really what this survey is about, getting the perspective of educators into this picture. So let's start with some results. When you look at the newspapers, people, the media talking about teachers, you sometimes get this impression this is a profession in crisis. People working in difficult conditions, complaining about their jobs. But it's not the result that you see when you survey teachers themselves. Actually, one of the most impressive numbers is teacher job satisfaction. In fact, despite all the difficulties that educators have faced over the last few years alone, since 2018, think about, the pandemic, think about technologies, think about, issues around discipline. There are many systems, including South Africa, where the job satisfaction of teachers is actually improved. There's some where it's gone down, sure, but overall you can see, 8 out of 10 teachers are happy with their job. They know it is challenging, they understand the difficulties they face, but they believe, what is in it for the future of my country, for my own work, is worth it, outweighs the disadvantage that we face. That is the picture that emerged when we asked teachers themselves. What's also interesting, when you look in this in greater detail, you can see 9 out of 10 teachers believe that their place of work is great. They enjoy working at the school. They would recommend their school as a place of work. Again, often, you think you find the difficulties in the school, but overall, on balance, teachers have a very positive outlook on their work. So what drives that job satisfaction? Leadership. It's a hugely important factor. You can see in every education systems for which we have data, including for South Africa, you can see, when you ask teachers, what matters to be happy in your work? Relationship with your principals. No. The relationship with students. No. Maybe not as clearly visible, but clearly where teachers are able to build that, positive relationship with their students, they find greater satisfaction in their job. No. Education is not a transactional business. It's always a social, relational experience. And where those relationships are functioning well, you can see teachers tend to be happy with their job. Of course, the dark side is that, you can see a share of teachers who experience stress in their work. Now, 1 in 5. By the way, that is lower than in many, many other professions for which we have data. No? Stress levels in education exist. We need to deal with them, but, it's 1 in 5 teachers who say they experience stress, and, about, very few say, my job impacts negatively on my mental health. Those people exist. It's something that education needs to do. But overall, again, a positive picture that is better than we see in most other professions. Now, what is concerning is that often teachers in more disadvantaged environments experience greater stress. Our education systems often leave those who need our support, need our help most alone in those kinds of conditions. We're not very good in aligning resources with needs. It's not true in every education system, but it is true in many. Stress levels impacting, impacted by the environment. As you will see later, often, we send our youngest, least experienced teachers into the toughest schools, the most disadvantaged schools, while the more experienced teachers take the easy job. That is something that is not right. We need to adjust it. Again, attract the most talented, experienced teachers to the most challenging environments. No? I think this is one of the most kind of troubling pictures that I'm showing you. No? What stresses teachers? Minister, you already highlighted points for South Africa that actually are true for most education systems. When you actually look at the factors that stress teachers, they do not, relate to working with students. They do not relate to social work. They do not even relate to extracurricular support for students. Those are not the stress factors. What stresses teachers is doing things that teachers do not see as part of their mission. No. Doing administrative work. No. Even though the hours are actually quite small, when you actually look at the number of hours that teachers spend on administrative work, it's not a big part of the work. But it is something that teachers feel as a real burden. It takes the time away from what they became teachers for, namely to make a difference to the lives of young people. So once again, if we want to make a difference to stress levels, that's where we can act best. Freeing teachers for work that is not social, that is not relational, that doesn't relate to their core mission. Often, the kind of structures and processes that we have in education are about, managing mistrust in the system. If we invest those resources in building trust, in building relationship, we have a better chance to actually improve outcomes. So what makes teaching attractive as a job? How do we address, shortages? Money? No. You can say, salaries, obviously, But what you can see actually that in most countries, actually teachers are happier with their salaries than they used to be in 2018. Many countries have done a lot to make teaching financially more attractive. In other countries, it's gone a little bit downwards. Overall, also quite stable, but it's something on the way back. Many countries have put more money into paying teachers better. That's a good news. But, it's not enough. We actually see that the salaries are not very important predictors for the job satisfaction of teachers. Money is always an extrinsic demotivator. If you don't pay people well, they're going to run away. But money is rarely an intrinsic motivator for teachers. Very important lesson from these kinds of survey. And you can see, if you look just, at some African countries for which we have data, in many countries, actually, salaries are decent. They are quite comparable with what would you get in similar kind of professions. Now, there are some professions, where you can't compete with. Engineer is probably always going to get more money than a teacher, but there are other, tertiary level professions where actually teachers fare quite well in many of the countries. So I think in terms of the kind of financial environment, many countries are working on this to ensure that teachers are paid quite adequately. But once again, when you look at the relationship between salaries and job satisfaction, you don't find any relationship. There are some countries where teachers are well paid and happy with their job, and some countries where teachers are not that well paid and unhappy. That's understandable. But you also find countries where teachers are well paid and unhappy, or countries where teachers are not well paid and very happy. So once again, we need to look beyond the kind of material environment if we want to understand the drivers of job satisfaction. I already alluded to the fact that our education systems generally are not very good in aligning resources with needs. But I want to credit South Africa on this. It's actually one of the few systems that is doing better than others. The conditions are getting tougher. We have more people on the move globally, driven by all sorts of crises and wars. More students are refugees, and that's ending up in classrooms. The kind of diversity that you alluded to in South Africa, Minister Karube, is something that we see in many countries by other factors, but increasing numbers of refugees, making the life of teachers more challenging. We are also see that more students are getting diagnosed with special needs. We don't know whether there are more students with special needs, but clearly there is a greater expectation on teachers to address special needs. The kind of diagnosis is getting more fine-grained. It's another reality that ends up in the doorsteps of classrooms. In this context, it's quite disappointing that in most education systems, the least experienced, the youngest teachers are sent to the most challenging environments. And once again, you have a very few outliers here. You can look to, South Africa, you can look to Vietnam, Denmark, but apart from that, we do not see many good stories where actually there is a deliberate effort to align resources with needs. We need to see much more progress on that front across the globe now. I want to look for a moment beyond academic outcomes. Of course, education is very much about building foundations. Now, those students who struggle with literacy, with numeracy, will not have any chance in life, whatever else you do with them. But it's not enough. No. We want to look at, for example, what teachers feel comfortable with, where teachers feel, I can do what I'm expected to do. And you can see most teachers believe, yes, I can teach with clarity. I can, support and consolidate student knowledge. I can give feedback to students. But then the bars get shorter. Now, when you think, for example, supporting students' social and emotional learning, many teachers do not feel that they can do what they want to do, what they're expected to do. Adapting teaching to different needs of students, also relatively short bar. And once again, that is, the new normal. You can no longer teach a class. You need to actually understand each and every learner and support them. Classroom management, is getting tougher, getting more difficult for students. Cognitive activation, not just delivering some content, but actually ensuring that students are active learners, that they understand, what they learn, and take ownership over their learning. And those things are areas where teachers struggle with. We need to do better on this. By the way, I mentioned, the social emotional learning being difficult for teachers, perceived to be difficult. The gender differences is in most education systems. Women teachers, female teachers tend to do better on this, at least, according to their own reports on that. Let's look at technology, the technological frontier. What do we do with artificial intelligence? Is this a good thing? Is this a threat to our education systems? What do teachers think about this? First of all, you can see there's a good share of teachers who are active users of artificial intelligence in education. You can look to the United Arab Emirates, you look to Singapore, where you can see, it's basically mainstream. It's happening everywhere. It's become part of the culture. You can see other countries, Japan or France, these are, wealthy countries, very well-developed economies, and still their teachers struggle with this. You have, less than 20% of teachers using those kinds of modern technology. So what you see here is not about infrastructure. It's not about resources. It's very much about, attitudes and policies. We can ask teachers, are they worried about it? And you can see many teachers believe, yeah, AI is a great tool, can do lots of things, but, there's a risk that it's going to amplify bias. There's a risk that it creates cognitive laziness, that students do it better with task performance but learn less. I mean, teachers in many systems are acutely aware of the risks that artificial intelligence poses. They use it, but they're also aware of the risk. What is also interesting is that, in many countries, it's become, part and parcel of professional learning. And when you look at this chart and the first one, you can see the two are pretty closely aligned, where teachers are actively engaged in learning about AI. They are also, using it more in their classroom. If you don't believe in the power of continued professional learning of teachers who are learners themselves, just look at these two things. AI will not arrive in the classroom without teachers taking ownership and taking an interest and continuing to learn on their own on this. How do teachers work? To what extent do they take ownership of their own profession? To what extent do they work in a collaborative culture? The first thing that we know is that teachers like to be in charge. No. Teacher professional autonomy is an important driver of the job satisfaction that I showed you at the beginning. No. Once again, the space that teachers feel to be, creative designers of innovative learning environments at the school makes a difference to being, happy with their job. No. Teachers' representation on school management. Now, to what extent do we not just have a school leader, but a kind of distributed leadership where teachers are part of the management of the school? And you can see huge variability on this. Now, in some countries, that is well established. Almost any teacher will feel, I'm part of the management of my school, but you see also other countries that are very far away from this, where leadership and teaching are still, very, very separate roles. Very different kind of work cultures. Why do I say that? Because our data show that where teachers are involved in the leadership of their systems, they tend to be happier with their job and also more effective. You can see here, teachers generally appreciate the opportunity to take part in school decisions. Now, you might think, oh, well, if I do management work, I'm having additional work, and it's going to be another source of stress. It's not a source of stress. It's something actually that drives satisfaction with the kind of job. This is interesting. We ask teachers, to what extent do you believe you have a voice in shaping policy in your country? And you can see, in generally, the bars are quite low. Now, many teachers do not feel. They feel, policy comes top down, but I don't have a role. That sense of political efficacy is low. But, in many education systems, these bars are going up, South Africa being among them. Now, there is a greater share of teachers now than in 2018 who feel, yes, I'm part of the design of my system. I'm not just, someone who's implementing. There are also some systems where it's gone the other way. But overall, you see, our education systems do make an effort to become more open to the people who are actually at the front line. And I think that's a really, really important and encouraging development now. The collaborative culture, you cannot meaningfully talk about teacher professional autonomy without a collaborative culture. If you just go for autonomy, local autonomy, school autonomy, teacher autonomy, you end up in a fragmented system of isolation. No? Building that social fabric, that connection among teachers, connection among schools in the system is the second important part. And you can see on the one end, collaboration levels look quite good on the lower end. No? Teachers are social people. They exchange and share and coordinate and things like this. But that's not what I mean. Professional collaboration is about something different. Professional collaboration is about working with your colleagues in the school to design the educational system, to basically share ideas, your own work, to take part in collaborative professional learning, to observe each other's classrooms. And you can see the green dots are far further on the left side on this. We need to shift that collaboration from just social exchanges up to this kind of deep professional collaboration that will advance the teaching profession and education as a whole. A lot of work to do. Good side of it, in most countries, including South Africa, we're on the positive. There is clearly an increase in the kind of teacher professional collaboration that we want to see. Yes, there are some countries where it's gone the other way around. Actually, no. In all countries, it's either improved or remained stable. So we are moving in the right direction, but could see a lot of further progress. There's also a lot of variability on this across countries. Why is this important? Actually, it's another driver of teacher job satisfaction. Teachers like to have professional autonomy, but they also enjoy that collaborative culture. They see the value of being embedded in a very strong profession, visible in virtually all of the countries. How do teachers develop their expertise? How do teachers become learners themselves? Students in school will not become lifelong learners if they don't see their teachers to become lifelong learners. This world around us changes too fast as that you could learn once for your lifetime as a teacher in initial teacher education. And I must say, overall, we see some troubling signals. In most education systems, when you look at teachers who have just completed their teacher education, and you compare that 2018 now, you can see in most countries the teacher's perspective on the value of their initial education has deteriorated. Teachers feel there is a disconnect between what I studied in university and what the reality of my classroom is. And that disconnect is not getting, smaller, it's getting bigger in most education systems. No? The loss of relevance of initial teacher education. No? Things move too fast on the front line every day. I said you can rely on, the university that prepared you for this. No? And in some countries, that decline is very significant. No? Keeping initial teacher education connected with the reality of class, keeping it up to date, one of the big challenges that we see in many education systems. No? The second worry is that when you look at what teachers actually study, you can see there's a lot of emphasis on traditional subjects. I learned something about the subject that I teach or the pedagogy of that subject and so on. But actually, when you think about, supporting students' social emotional learning, using artificial intelligence, teaching in multicultural settings, again, the dots move to the left. That's never a good thing. You can see basically here, those kinds of things that are the future of teaching are not on the radar screen of institutions that provide initial education. A lot of work to be done for the universities. And, the good side is, if we do it well, it does matter. You can see in virtually every country a very strong relationship between having impactful professional learning and actually teachers believe I can do what I set out to do. I can meet my lesson aims. No. So there is a price for getting this right, to creating that kind of learning that will advance teachers better. No. Last point I want to make is simply, the value society places on teaching. No. It's perhaps, the kind of biggest driver of why people go into this. If you think about, why would you take a job, Why would you want your children to become a teacher rather than a lawyer or an economist? Because society appreciates that. Society supports it. Society values it. So we ask teachers that question. To what extent do you believe, society appreciates what you do, values what you do? And, there are some countries where that appreciation has improved. That's good. But there are also others where it has declined over the last 6 years. And if you look at the numbers overall, they're not good. You have many countries where the vast majority of people believe, I do a tough job every day. I accept difficult working conditions. I accept, medium pay. But, I do not get that respect, that appreciation from society. And that has a lot to do with the role that teachers are defined. On the positive side, I already I looked at this from a different angle. Teachers increasingly believe that indeed public policy takes greater interest in their work. Social dialogue really works. Something that we do at the OECD every year, we bring ministers and union leaders together to discuss some of the issues that are really tough to discuss, sometimes in a national context. But we need to see that happening more at scale, that teachers feel, I'm part of the design of my system, not just, a consumer or user of the system. Thank you very much.
Ndi Macheron, and good morning to all of us. Let me take this time and greet our Honorable Minister and also other ministers present. I will want to stand on the protocol that has been established by the DM when she was here, who have acknowledged all of us who are here, but also to add that as we are sitting, more and more ministers are arriving. We also want to note that the Minister of Nigeria, the Minister of Education, is still with us in addition of the list of the
excellencies and ministers and head of delegation that have been acknowledged. So we'll continue now just to add up to say the presenter, Mr. Andreas, is a director for the education and skills at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. He initiated and oversees the program for international students assessment, the PISA, and other international instruments that have created a global platform for policymakers, researchers, and educators across nations and cultures to innovate and transform educational policies and practices. And thank you so much. I think let's give him another round of applause. I'm going to invite Dr. Mark Chetty, who's also a director for national assessment at the Department of Basic Education. He is the National Research Coordinator for International and Regional Studies. He's also managing all the national assessment conducted by the Department of Basic Education. And after Dr. Mark Chetty presents, will request even Mr. Andreas to come back because we are going to just have 10 minutes of questions if members in the House will want to ask clarity, seeking question from the two presentations. Let's welcome Dr. Mark Chetty to the podium.
Okay. Just getting myself organized. Yeah, thank you, Program Director, and also greetings to all the ministers present, deputy ministers, and DGs and permanent secretaries, all protocol observed. I'm notorious for taking longer than what I'm expected to, so I have to, and they told me they will count me down. It's a privilege actually to follow Mr. Andreas Gleicher and the minister, because they've made my job easier and they've provided a context already as to how South Africa is located within this broad teaching and learning international study. But DM, I understand that yesterday there were some issues around declaration, so I thought I'd start with a declaration. Okay, I can't use that word, so maybe she's nodding, so maybe an affirmation about teachers. And this is probably the most important thing that I have to say. The rest is all data. But how do we value our teachers? So our theme of our report, which is what I'm presenting today, is teachers and school leaders as constructors of learning. And there's a very apt saying that true teachers use themselves as bridges over which they invite their students to cross. Then, having facilitated their crossing, joyfully collapse, encouraging them to create bridges of their own. And I think that's how we kind of want to see our teachers in South Africa. But also the teachers in South Africa are not just local. We have quite a regional blend, and we have many teachers from our neighboring states. So in many instances, the data that we show in South Africa are not just about South African teachers, but what's happening in the Southern and East African region. So I hope the countries that are present, especially from the Southern and Eastern community, will also find these findings that may resonate with them as well. Okay, so now, I must change here. Yeah. I thought just to also illustrate that teaching is tough. You know, and I'm married to a teacher, so I know. And so sometimes it's difficult to even get up and get to the school because teaching is such a complex, and you don't know what to expect. Children are not known variables, so every day it becomes an adventure. And I think we have to appreciate the toughness of the environment that teachers face. Now, TALIS in particular becomes a very critical tool, especially for developing countries. because it offers us a very unique perspective of how practitioners can inform policy development and the strategic focus. And Andreas has mentioned that. And we are currently in the 7th administration post our democracy. And one of the key priority areas, as Minister has mentioned, is the teacher professionalization and empowering teachers to become more well-prepared for the job that they face, especially in a rapidly changing world. So it allows us as a study, it's the largest study within South Africa as well, on secondary teachers, lower secondary teachers, and school leaders, we call them principals, where local trends can be compared to global benchmarks. And it provides us in-depth analyses. TALIS offers, we probably just scratch the surface in that 228 pages that you find on your table. There's still so much more analyses that we need to do and that we will continue doing in the weeks to come, that we can focus more on getting to the heart of what teachers are saying about classroom practice and their professional outcomes. Now, we also have quite an elaborate national assessment framework, and we're glad to have partnered with the OECD, who are doing a review for us on our assessment framework. And it gives us a sense of how to locate different studies and surveys. So they kind of have a fit for purpose. So TALIS is one of the instruments that we use to monitor the performance of learning outcomes. And it's where the teacher data gets to complement the performance data that we see in our local national assessments, that we see in our regional studies like SACMEG, and that we see in our international studies like TIMS and PEARLS. But often in those studies, the teacher data is often lacking. And to get to the depths of that, and I know, Andre, some countries use TALIS to link to PISA. So there is a need to better understand the role that teachers are playing in the performance outcomes that we see in learners or students. And teachers in South Africa have quite a tough job. Their life is occupied a lot, and you would have heard us mention there's a national senior certificate, and today they are writing English, which is one of the major subjects. So about 900,000 students are writing a high-stakes examination. But there's a lot of summative testing that's driving teacher behavior, and that pressure that are coming through the system, that they can have the capabilities that are required of them. So teachers are positioned in this space of trying to deal with the pressure of performance outcomes, dealing with their... I had one of the biggest country samples, I would say, with 3,300 teachers participating. And so our teachers showed an eagerness to participate in TALIS. And again, thanks to the cooperation between the department and provinces and labor, that teachers showed a willingness to indicate their views. And with that, it then gave us a sense of, how can we use this sample to showcase? This is the population of lower secondary schools, and this was our sample in TALIS, which was about 361 schools. Now, and that's represented proportionally across our 9 provinces. So what I will share, just briefly, is a little bit about the disaggregation of that data that Andreas showed at a provincial level, because then we get a sense of where, as a system, that we kind of need to intervene. Or is there kind of general consistency across our provinces? So in terms of the results, we focused on 10 findings, which we sort of expand in the report across the 7 chapters. But most of it focuses on points 3 to points 9, which is looking at teacher practice and looking at what's going on with the teachers on a day-to-day basis. So, and that will then impact on their teacher retention, their professional outcomes, and their characteristics. So as mentioned, one of the interesting findings that comes through is the age of the teachers. And we find that South Africa, compared to other OECD countries, are having a younger teacher workforce. Now that has implications of how we position training, how we focus teacher professional development, because teachers, younger teachers, require slightly different needs. They are more tech savvy. They are more, interested in innovation and creativeness. Older teachers are a little bit more focused on standards and keeping things within a sort of rigid way of mediating learning. Not all, I am generalizing, but generally the patterns. And we see this consistently across our provinces, where that mean age of 41 years compared to the OECD 45 resonates across the different provinces. With Free State, and Free State performs very well in our high stakes examinations, but they have now the youngest set of teachers with a mean age of 37. And the principals is more or less in the 50s, with the younger set of principals in the Northwest province. So we are trying through the TALIS data to get a sense of what are these national findings and how do they disaggregate by province. Interestingly, one of the facts that stands out for South Africa is that we got a significant proportion of learners under 30 compared to other OECD countries. In fact, the only countries that have a similar kind of pattern are Japan, Uzbekistan, and Morocco. So again, it underlies that in a profession that is very concerned about attrition, that the South African teacher workforce is in a fairly stable position. That's the takeaway. In terms of gender, we also got an interesting pattern. In the lower secondary, the majority of teachers are female, 62% of them, and that resonates across with Gauteng, which is Johannesburg and surrounds, has 70% female. But interestingly, on the right-hand side is the principals, and most of the principals are male. So although we have a large female workforce, the promotional posts are largely occupied by males. So it's something for us to look at as a system. So what are the opportunities to learn that our teachers are facing? Well, it's good to have the Department of Higher Education that we're co-chairing with the Department of Basic Education this week on important G20 events, because in terms of initial teacher education, we can see that our graduates are actually very pleased with the quality of education that they are receiving. So again, a shout out to all the deans and the professors that are involved in initial pre-service teaching. So they are entering our teaching and our schools being fairly satisfied with the quality that they've received in their pre-service, in their qualifications. And when they enter schools, they are exposed to a mentor or some kind of induction service, and that is impacting positively on their service. And all of those sort of indicators, South Africa is higher than the OECD average. In terms of continuous professional teacher development for our in-service teachers, we're looking at how we as a system can focus on teaching opportunities that are going to have impact. And our teachers are saying that the training that they are receiving on the CPTD, they agree that it is having a positive impact on their teaching practice. So again, it's something to build on, that the teaching programs that they receive is built on prior knowledge. And in fact, in terms of content knowledge and general pedagogy, it's also a positive story in terms of the training that they receive. So there is a gap between how well prepared they are and the mediation of that into positive learning outcomes, which is the gap that we're trying to close. So in terms of impact, and they are also well prepared in multicultural and environmental, and in terms of their use of digital resources. So that's a general idea is that we get a sense of where our teachers want our training to be focused on. So in this slide, it shows us that they need assistance with teaching students with special needs. That comes across all our 9 provinces. They need skills to be able to use artificial intelligence, because that has currency at the moment, and the technical skills for the use of digital resources and tools. We are very much a paper-based system, but the teachers are feeling the pressure of now moving to digital spaces. So training in that regard is what they are identifying. So it gives us a sense as a system for teacher professional development activities of where we should focus the training needs. The status of the profession, it looks like we have quite a stable profession. Teachers are reporting that a high percentage of choosing teaching as their first choice as a career, and they agree that they are valued. All those, and I'll move a little bit faster, is broken down by province, and we see that the system is fairly stable and there are no outliers. And when Andreas showed you the slides, South Africa is always in between. So there's not many things that we are an outlier. We'll point out a few. This is an interesting slide in terms of teacher autonomy. And it gives us a sense as a system as to where teachers feel that they have autonomy and where they don't. Now, the areas in blue is where they are saying that they do have autonomy, and it's notable in instructional autonomy. So things like choosing their assessment activities in part of their school-based assessment, in terms of implementing the curriculum in a flexible way, selecting learning objectives, so they feel that they do have sufficient autonomy, which is something that we can note as a Department of Basic Education. Where they feel that they have less autonomy is on the actual school decision-making process. So all the policies around safety, budget, discipline, which can impact and does usually impact on their day-to-day teaching, there's limited, well, certainly below the OECD average on those areas, as well as school-making decision on curriculum and instruction. In South Africa, teachers receive a national curriculum statement, and that is what they mediate to their students. So in terms of that, it's disaggregated by province, and it's fairly consistent across those different areas, and teachers are saying that we can do more for them in terms of curriculum instruction. This is another interesting finding that we picked up from TALIS, and it's one of the outliers. And it talks about growth mindset. And it's often, maybe it could be about interpretation. But South African teachers were asked that whether learners' intelligence is something about them that they can change through their pedagogical practice. And surprisingly, and this is something that merits more investigation, and we spoke about it with Minister and DG and DM, and it's something that we got to probe because it's very different from the other countries. So more than half of our teachers are saying, well, intelligence is a little bit static, it's a little bit rigid, there's a fixed mindset. It could be that it ties in with a strong examinations culture that we have, and students get kind of classified early on whether you are academically inclined or not. So it's something that we would be investigating and probably doing further research on. But it does differentiate South African teachers from the other countries, and province-wide as well. The province that we are in Mpumalanga, is where most of them are saying that, well, you know, intelligence cannot be changed through pedagogy. Well, not significantly. Another interesting slide, and they tell me I'm over time, is that more than 30% of our children in the classrooms are from low socioeconomic status homes. So our teachers are faced with classrooms where at least a third or more, that over 60% of our teachers are saying they are teaching children where 10% of them are non-native speakers. So they have the dynamic of low SES, and they have language diversity. to face with in their classroom situations. So, and that's further disaggregated by province, and all of this is articulated further in our reporting. We generally have teachers that are saying that they are satisfied with their professional relationships with their principals, and they feel that the feedback that they get from their principals in terms of their work is satisfactory. And principals are also finding that they do collaborate with other principals from neighboring schools, but there is something that the department can still do more in terms of supporting them to better support their teachers. Okay, in terms of employment, most of our teachers have fixed contracts, so their job security is not at risk. In fact, the package offered to teachers with housing subsidies and with medical aid seems to be quite an attractive package for teachers entering this profession. So the demands of teaching, I won't spend much time because Andreas has already spoken about the stress levels, but basically one of the factors causing stress in the South African system, and it may resonate with other countries, is teachers being held for student achievement. The accountability levels are high, and having too much marking. So, and this is where AI and digitization may come to the rescue in the future. But currently you can see between the blue dot, which is South Africa, and the green dot, which is the OECD average, it's quite a significant disparity. So our teachers are doing a lot of administrative load, and that's impacting them on their stress. And then if teachers are stressed, principals are stressed, policymakers are stressed, then everybody is stressed. But although people are stressed, they are generally satisfied with their teaching profession. So, and teachers are saying, look, we are stressed, but we're generally satisfied in being a teacher, and we will continue in the profession. Although principals are saying that stress levels do affect their mental health, and some of them their physical health. So, and that stretches across our provinces as well. What's causing the stress? Lesson preparation, too much marking, again, comes out quite strongly by the teachers in terms of their demands. So there's quite a lot of aggregated data for us to look at stress levels. And finally, on the teachers' professional outcomes, they are satisfied with their jobs. They look at teaching as quite a fulfilling profession, and they are looking at not leaving the system in a significant way. So that's under control. And so let me just end by saying that we are looking at the TALIS data quite intensively in order to further inform our interventions. And at the end of the report, we end with a list of recommendations of how we can sort of look at reducing workload, can get teachers to focus more on cognitive demand, use the TALIS data to look at the minimum requirements around initial teacher education and CPTD, and how can we sort of refocus skills gaps on special needs, AI, and digitization. One of the critical recommendations is the promotion of mother tongue-based bilingual education, and we're hoping that can also help teachers face less diversity in their classrooms. So, DM, I'm going to pause there and to say, it is with that, ladies and gentlemen, that we humbly submit to you our South Africa country report for TALIS 2024. Thank you.
I hope you are going to stand here and Minister officially come receive it. That you handed over a copy to her, it doesn't mean that she has officially received the TALIS report 2024. Minister, come forward and receive it from Dr. Chetty. And as she comes forward, we encourage her officially. Now, this is your report, Minister. It's no longer the team's report. Let's give them a round of applause. This is TALIS report 2024. Thank you so much, Dr. Chetty. Thank you so much, Dr. Slasher, for the global picture that you have given to us, and it benefited all of us and our international guests that are here today. They've benefited from the report that you just presented. I want to see if there are questions for clarity. Questions for clarity. We are just behind the schedule, and at the same time, those who did not take tea in the morning, you quietly go grab a cup of tea and come and drink inside. We're not given rules by the park that we don't drink inside the room. So you quietly grab a cup of tea and come and drink inside, quietly. When I say quietly, you don't go greet people on the table. You just go quietly. You grab. We're not going to break for tea. At the same time, I'm taking hands. At the same time, you are preparing a video there. Yeah, we're multitasking now. At the same time, the video is being prepared as they quietly go grab tea, as I take hands of questions. No hand, 1, 2, 3, 4 tables, no hand. I come to these tables. 1 table, no hand. 2, no hand. 3, no hand. That last one, no hand. Table of minister, no hand. Second table, no hand. Third, fourth, at the back, no hand. I come to this table, no hand. I'm being very democratic. Then the second table, there's 1 hand. 1 hand. Third table, no hand. Fourth, no hand. At the back, no hand. I come to this row. No hand, no hand, no hand, no hand, no hand. The last row, no hand, no hand, no hand, no hand, no hand. We have only 1 hand. So I don't want that people, in my language, you say, uvuka umoya. When somebody speaks, you wish that I should have raised my hand. 1 hand in this meeting. I acknowledge, recognize the hand now. Where's the mic? Oh, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you for the presentation, Andreas and Dr. Chetty. We've known Dr. Chetty for quite some time, and impressive work being done here. I'd like to ask, might be tricky, but I'd like to ask, how would you translate these recommendations into policies and bring corrective measures so that wherever there have been challenges in the report findings, that would be overcome for the next TALIS participation for South Africa, so that we could learn as country friends how to improve the situation back home. By the way, I'm from Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was to ask that question. Dr. Chetty? You want to run to the stage, you can run, you can get a mic. Microphone, Dr. Chetty is there.
Okay, thanks, DM, to you. And thanks, Rajiv. We are together in the SACMIC, so we know each other. But I think it's a valid question because it's also something that we want to further strengthen. So to bridge that gap between the recommendations from studies like TALIS and then how do you articulate that into actual policies? So there's 2 levels. There's one that's where there's existing policies. And I know I rushed maybe a little bit on the recommendations, but there is requirements on the minimum standards for teacher education. And that is currently being reviewed, and TALIS will further inform what should be the minimum sort of requirements when teachers are studying to become, or prospective teachers are studying their teaching education programs. And then the other one, the other national policy that we have, together with the Department of Higher Education, is the Integrated Strategic Framework for Teacher Education. So we can use those two existing policies, and they are regularly reviewed. I think the last review of that was 2015. So with these TALIS findings, we can now strengthen them. And then there's new areas like digitization and AI, where we don't have policies. And now we can see that, you know, there's a desperate need to bring in policies and to initiate programs specifically to upskill our teachers. So I think it's on those two levels broadly, but we can also chat later. Andres, you want to add?
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually think you asked the question that we should always push for. What does this actually mean for making things better? And one way of looking at this is when you look at the results from TALIS, ask yourself, what are those countries doing that are actually at the frontier of the different dimensions? And I want to touch on 4 dimensions that I find really, really insightful from TALIS. The first is, why are we doing so poorly in aligning resources with needs? Why are the teachers not working where they are most needed? And when you look actually at the countries that are doing that better, they are actually very intentional about it. It could be through financial incentives. Formula-based funding of schools is one of the things that have become quite popular, that the money that goes to a school is not just related to the average number of students, but it takes into account the context in which the schools work, the students it serves, so that it becomes possible for actually difficult schools to find, great teachers. Other countries, I'm seeing Brazil in front of me here, have actually done well in partnering high-performing schools with lower-performing schools. Vietnam would also be a very good example, where actually the expertise of a high-performing school, the best teachers of the high-performing schools are leveraged to support lower-performing schools. Now, sometimes if you give a lower-performing school money, you don't necessarily, improve very much, because the school doesn't need money, it needs expertise. And if you can leverage the expertise from high-performing schools, building stronger relationships, those are actually quite concrete things how countries that do well on this have addressed those kinds of alignment issues. The second part, and I want to follow up on Mark on that, the professional development. That's almost, an intuitive reaction that we have. We see a problem in education, we need to train our teachers better. But, you look across different professions, teachers are among the people who receive more training than almost any other profession. I think, putting more and more into the initial training of teachers is not the answer. The answer is really making teachers work more a job of learners themselves, where they learn from and with their colleagues, where schools are places where not just students learn, but teachers learn. I think that culture is still quite far, but it is present in some of the countries. There are some countries in TALIS where you can say actually school is a place where teachers learn every day from and with their colleagues, where it's normal for them to observe each other's classes, where it's normal for them to take part in collaborative professional learning. So I do think, the faster our world changes, the more we need to put the focus at the front line, where the learning takes place. And for me, the data on AI actually are a great illustration. No teacher who is in a classroom today could have expected that their initial teacher training taught them how to use AI, because AI did not exist when they went to school. You can make the same argument on social and emotional skills. Those are new challenges, and the only way to address them is to actually build time, space into the work of teachers, so that they have, that time to breathe and, keep track of their kind of job. So I think the policy, and it's tough. It's easy to put more work into initial teacher training institutions. You know what these institutions are, you pay them. As a ministry, that's the easy part. The more difficult part is to build more of a kind of responsibility for teachers to remain at the cusp of their profession. We expect that from medical workers, we expect that from technology workers. Education can do a lot better with this. The third part is, work culture. How do you build that collaborative culture in school, that team spirit that seems to be driving job satisfaction? Again, a lot comes down to policy. We do actually, in many ways, a lot to fragment schools, to atomize teachers. That's often how the work of teachers get defined. It gets defined through the number of hours that you teach rather than, the holistic kind of responsibilities that you have. And I think policy can do a lot to actually create more of a culture to foster that. The hardest part, and I don't think I can give you good answers on that, is, how do we raise the social status and the value of teachers? TALIS points to a problem. Teachers are not as respected as we would like them to be. But how do we address it? The only answer that I can give you when I look at the countries doing their best is about social capital. The more teachers are visible in communities and societies, the more time they have to interact with parents. And that is what builds and banks that kind of social capital. If you look at the countries where teachers are highly respected, first of all, education is generally valued in these countries. I think that's very important. But equally important is, that teachers are visible, that they are present in the classrooms, that they have a role in societies. And that's something that public policy can shape. What do we do? Are we locking teachers up in a school? They are not visible, not accessible. Or are they present in the dialogue with parents? Are they present in public discussions? And so I think, but for me that's the most difficult area. But I do believe if we do not change that public perception of teachers, we will not make teaching more attractive, however well teachers are paid.
Thank you. You elaborated in such a way that I wanted to give only Mauritius to come up with a follow-up question. But now even the follow-up question is covered. So, at the back, are you ready with the video? Is the video ready? Thank you. Let's grab tea and watch the video at the same time so that the next session quickly is the panel discussion that will be coming on the stage. Video, the first and the second.
Tener un profesorado de calidad es imprescindible para tener un sistema educativo de calidad. Necesitamos saber cuáles son las aspiraciones de nuestros profesores, qué necesitan, y para eso necesitamos datos. Y esos datos nos los proporciona TALIS.
OECD's Teaching and Learning International Survey, or TALIS for short, is the world's largest teacher survey. In its most recent survey, TALIS sampled around 250,000 teachers in 10,000 schools across 55 education systems. By giving educators a voice, TALIS data helps governments see what's working and change what's not.
O Brasil se comprometeu a participar da TALIS. A informação pode ser valiosa para o Brasil.
那么在师资队伍里面有一个很重要的指标是来自于 TALIS 的。
Donc l'enquête TALIS permet de documenter comment mieux préparer les enseignants au métier et aux différentes évolutions du métier.
The high participation of countries in TALIS gives us quite a good understanding of where we are.
Para nosotros es una manera de conocer qué es lo que necesitan y poder ayudarles a través de políticas educativas.
Every 6 years, participating education systems from around the world gather to develop questions for teachers and school leaders, from early childhood through upper secondary school, to learn about their unique experiences and concerns.
L'enquête TALIS, en tout cas, est assez unique dans le sens où elle interroge vraiment le métier d'enseignant, l'enseignement des compétences socio-émotionnelles, à la gestion de classe, la formation professionnelle.
中国的教师通常来说很敬业，很努力的去工作。那怎么利用最现代的科学技术来促进他们的专业发展，使他们的教育水平更加能提高？
También cómo se encuentra a nivel profesional, porque eso va a repercutir luego en su manera de dar clase y en consecuencia en los alumnos.
Once the survey questions are finalized, data collection begins. And it's not easy.
It's an online survey. Connectivity is an issue for many teachers.
En España hay 5 lenguas cooficiales y nosotros damos la posibilidad a los profesores de hacer la encuesta en la lengua que ellos quieran.
We've had to then provide data packages and ensure there's connectivity, especially in remote areas and less well-resourced schools.
Con lo cual, para nosotros esto supone un gran reto porque tenemos que traducir, revisar em 5 línguas e não em solo uma.
Mas nós temos a Amazônia e nós temos cidades muito pequenas, onde o acesso é muito difícil.
Já tivemos muitas idas a aldeias. Tivemos uma das escolas que foram 24 horas para chegar na escola de barco. Às vezes a gente não consegue chegar até a aldeia, então a gente fica no meio do caminho, literalmente acampado, e os professores precisam vir até nós.
Yes, getting the surveys to teachers can be difficult, but for busy educators, finding time to participate can also be a challenge. So, some countries have come up with creative ways to encourage teachers to share their perspective. It's a lot of work, but TALIS data helps policymakers support their teachers.
Participation in TALIS offers us as a ministry a better understanding of how teachers and their working conditions, their teacher knowledge, their stress and their workloads compared to other country contexts.
Gracias a TALIS hemos aprendido de otros países la importancia que tiene la mentoría, que en nuestro país no se hacía demasiado, o por ejemplo la evaluación al docente y el feedback, la importancia que tiene.
L'enquête TALIS, donc, d'une certaine manière, permis d'alimenter la réflexion donc sur le système éducatif français, de pouvoir communiquer des données tangibles, donc représentatives au niveau national. Nous avons aussi de sollicitations au niveau des académies, puisque nous participons à des journées d'information qui rassemblent des chefs d'établissement, des directeurs d'école, des directrices, des directeurs d'académie, des enseignants.
为我们整个师资队伍的建设，它提供了一个非常好的一个国际的基准。那么我们当时呢是通过TALIS数据呢，然后我们可以看到我们的老师工作量高，并不是说我们的课时量高，但我们在学生身上的时间，比如说课业的辅导、作业的指导，还有他一些心理的一些课后，就是他很多时间是花在课后，而不是在课上，他的时间会很多。我们就把这份报告给我们的政府写了一份专报。然后呢，我们的这个政府就说，你看我们的老师这么的辛苦，这么的用力，是不是应该涨点工资？也给老师涨工资提供了一个理由和支撑，真的是确实是改善到了我们的老师他的这个福利，是每个老师都体会到的。
For countries to improve education, they need good data. The OECD's TALIS survey is a unique resource for OECD members and partners to compare their education systems.
TALIS offers us a way of getting a robust, reliable, scientific metric.
强国必先强教，强教必先强师。
El profesorado utiliza la encuesta como su forma de dar a conocer sus necesidades, aquello que le gustaría y sobre todo cuáles son sus aspiraciones.
Good educators can enlighten a country to rise to new limits, and TALIS is the torch that shows the way.
My name is Ruochin Lee. I work at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, otherwise known as the OECD, and I am the Senior Project Manager for TALIS. TALIS is the Teaching and Learning International Survey. It is the world's largest survey of principals and teachers. In 2024, we surveyed over 280,000 teachers in 55 education systems. An education system wishes to improve education, it needs to know what's happening. So it needs data. And educators, teachers, principals, they know the most about what is happening in their schools, in their classrooms, and in their countries. Over the next decade, TALIS is going to show us a lot of information about the contemporary events and developments that are shaping education. For example, the use of artificial intelligence, This is rapidly developing, and we need data to understand, are teachers using it? How are they using it? Are they afraid of it? How is it affecting students? And the most important perspective that you can have from your education system are the people that are on the front lines, the ones that are most closely involved with educating, and those are your teachers and those are your principals. So it's important to listen to them and have their perspective, and that's the perspective that TALIS will give.
My name is Mark Chetty. I'm the Director for National Assessments at the Department of Basic Education, and I'm also the National Project Manager for the TALIS study. TALIS is the Teaching and Learning International Survey. It is a large-scale study that involves teachers and their principals, trying to understand what is the actual working conditions that teachers go through on a daily basis. One of the key factors that comes through is understanding teachers' dimensions of mediating knowledge to learners, and that there's a gap between the content knowledge of the teacher and the understanding of the learner. So TALIS gives us an insight, a deeper insight into some of these conceptual gaps. TALIS is effective. It's a study that's globally accepted by all the major teacher unions, and it's a study that it gives teachers a voice.
My name is Zianda Kobodo. I am currently the acting principal at Westview Special School in Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape, South Africa. Since participating in the TALIS survey, Westview operates within a unique ecosystem that integrates academic support and vocational readiness, catering for learners with diverse abilities and learning profiles, particularly those with mild intellectual disabilities. One of the shifts inspired by TALIS has been greater intentional collaboration between teachers and support specialists. So we now design lessons that integrate both academic and vocational elements, making learning more functional and relevant to our learners. When you consider the fact that we are teaching in an era that demands adaptability, what we try and achieve at Westview is to embrace diverse learning needs, and steadily we are viewing technology as a supportive tool rather than a threat. My message to the world about South African teachers in terms of who and what we are, what we face, what we go through, is that we as South African teachers are resilient architects of hope. We teach against odds with limited resources, but unlimited passion.
My name is Agnes Saraka Rasisemola, the Boitoko Circuit Manager in Bojanala District, the northwest part of South Africa. Participation in the international survey like TALIS provides a global lens, a mirror in which I'm able to look at the circuit in the global perspective and check the blind spots and know where to improve and how to support my schools and teachers better. The report of TALIS and TBE on teachers and principals' lifelong learning has influenced me as a circuit manager of Nisobo to be able to tailor my support and my development programs. I have 28 schools in the Topo circuit. I do regular site visits to all the 28 schools, and I support my schools not only when I do the site visits, I also attend their different activities, like when they are planning Lehuta, so that helps me to be able to interact or also know my teachers best. My personal takeaway from the TALIS process has reaffirmed my belief that evidence will guide the leadership. I will encourage the leaders and countries out there to take part in the processes of TALIS because ultimately we are able to use the results to better ourselves and the systems that we have.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the team that had to respond to the issues around the videos. And we want to say thank you so much to the team. We have tried to come back and compose our time, but let me just continue to acknowledge the presence of all the excellencies, the ministers, the head of institutions, the head of delegation, my colleagues, MECs, our own minister, DM, and everyone here. We are going into a panel discussion now, which I'm going to invite Mr. Andreas, who's going to come and invite and introduce the panel that he's going to work with. Andreas, over to you. Let's motivate him as he comes.
Thank you, and I'm so privileged. This is our opportunity to discuss the results and speak with ministers about the question that was just raised in the last session, how we can make those ideas that come out of the TALIS a reality. And I'm privileged to invite Minister Harube, Minister Manamela, Minister Gunka Bersat from Mauritius, and also Philip Heimburger from Brazil to join me here on the stage. Just take the next. Yeah. Please, just. Please, thank you. Good, please take a seat. And Minister Harube, let me start with you. You mentioned a lot of the findings from the TALIS data for South Africa, but you didn't mention one finding that I find particularly interesting, and that is the high degree of political efficacy that your teachers feel. They feel more than teachers in other countries that they can make a difference to the education system as a whole, not just to their school, that they have a say in public policy. And I do think that's something that other countries would like to see. What's your secret? How did you empower, enable teachers to play a role in the broader system, not just in the classroom?
Yeah. I think what has been really helpful in South Africa is I suppose the way in which our public sector is designed. And while it may be cumbersome for policymakers and government leaders to have to consult at every level, but I think that the reason why our educators have that great sense of agency is the fact that, there are different levels and strata in the system. One, that there are circuit managers, district directors, all the way to provinces. And I think the relative autonomy of provincial powers also does give them the sense that their views and their lived experiences in classrooms can make it into policy-making processes. I also think, and I think we've got some of our teacher unions in the room, I also think that the role that our teacher unions play is an important one because they're quite vocal about what it is and the experiences of teachers in the classroom. And that forces us as government leaders and policymakers whether you like it or not, to be able to be responsive to the profession. Then I think lastly, South Africa has had a largely stable education system for many years. By stable, I mean we have not had an industrial strike and the like. And I think it's because, again, government leaders have had to understand that you're not just dealing with people who are, you're dealing with 500,000 employees whose views, whose experiences, and whose feedback matters. And so I think having that symbiotic relationship where you understand that you cannot make policies independent of the people whose lived experiences will affect. And so I think having that kind of relationship has assisted us. And I think it has been 31 years in the making, but I think it works quite well. And I think that's part of the reason why teachers do feel a sense of agency and they do feel that their views are reflected in our public policy.
Yeah, we also see that teachers in South Africa take quite regularly part in school management, so they take an active role in the leadership of their schools. How does it work in practice? I mean, what is the role of teachers in that process, and how do you actually, encourage teachers to take on that responsibility?
Yeah. So as I said, I think one of the really good things about in South African schools in particular, I think having that kind of agency is really, really important. In fact, when you go to visit schools in South Africa, you'll see, how much the teachers take pride in the actual working of the school, even the way in which the school looks, the performance of their learners. And I think that probably speaks to a far deeper issue, which is the utter, pride in the profession. Because that is something I think no government leader can teach. The fact that they're taking part in the school, the management of the school leadership, just simply says people have taken greater ownership in how their schools are and how they operate. And I think that really speaks to the caliber of the kind of teacher that we have in South Africa. And I think that we ought to be grateful for that.
Let me challenge you with one finding from TALIS. On the positive side, the social status of teachers is higher in South Africa than it is in most other countries. I think that's a great strength, that you have been able to keep the profile of teachers in public more positive. That's a big challenge that we see in many other countries. Also, the material conditions of teachers, the working conditions are quite adequate in this country, pay and all of that. And still, when you ask school leaders, they say that shortage of qualified teachers is one of the biggest bottlenecks to learning. How do you square that? On the one hand, teachers do have that respect, the working conditions of teachers are adequate, and yet school leaders still feel that it's our biggest challenge to find quality teachers in our classrooms.
Yeah. I mean, I think, I suppose that even the world leaders in this room will agree that it is a challenge to one, attract people to the profession. It is, one of our partners was speaking here yesterday about the fact that, there are a number of challenges. The one, firstly, is the safety in our schools. That has become a huge problem for us in South Africa, that we can't guarantee that our teachers are going to be safe in schools, because ultimately schools don't exist outside in a vacuum, outside of the communities that they exist in. So if a school is in a gang-ridden area, you will find that reflected in the school. We are finding that, of course, one of the things and one of the findings in the TALIS report is the burden of discipline of learners. There's a sense that parents have outsourced responsibility to educators to be the ones who do the parenting and the disciplining of learners. That's added there. And the fact that, learners, again, one of the findings, the fact that learners are struggling a lot more with mental health, either through, greater diagnosis or, just the prevalence of it. All of these things do really impact, I think, the performance of the teacher in the school, because they're not just simply now a transposing of knowledge of teaching of knowledge. They have to become a parent. They have to become a disciplinarian. And I think those are the things that we need to think about very carefully as South Africa. How do we create that greater support? Because I think, as you say, attracting good quality individuals in any environment, you have to make sure that the pay is good, the working conditions are good. And the working conditions are getting tougher and tougher because the terrain in our country, the terrain in the world is shifting. And so what a teacher was doing 10, 15 years ago is not what is expected for an excellent teacher.
People who become tomorrow's teachers. And you have seen in the TALIS data that actually there is in many countries, not just South Africa, there's a growing disconnect between what teachers perceive they receive as that training and what they actually need in the classroom. Minister Garuba just mentioned, dealing with social emotional issues of students, dealing with, growing special needs, all of that. How do you think about, closing that disconnect, bringing schools and universities closer together to educate teachers for tomorrow as well?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think firstly we want to welcome this report because we've been relying on, I think, people's general perceptions on the attitude towards teacher training in South Africa. And I think this validates some of the models that we've been using to train teachers. And not only is the data showing positive outcomes and perceptions of, teachers who are in practice, but also it's linked to the results over time. So, it's one thing for teachers saying we're getting the training that we think we should be getting, and then the results are saying something else. But I think there has been a gradual increase in terms of the results. But coming back to your question, I think it's also important that we strengthen coordination with basic education because, to assume that some of the challenges that teachers raise are not core and therefore shouldn't be integrated in their preparations, I think would be naive. And so those are some of the things that we have to take into consideration as part of the teacher preparation. But I think this will also help us to, not just improve quality on what could be regarded as non-core, because it somewhat dominates the work. And I think what Minister Garuba was telling me, and I think which is highlighted in the report, is that part of the challenges that teachers raise is, it's not about standing in front of the classroom. It's the administration work and its load. So how we manage all of that, or how we help them manage all of that, is going to be crucial, and it will include coordinating quite closely with basic education.
How do you see the future?
Dialectical relationship between schools and higher education, or basic education and higher education. So we are responsible for preparing people who are going to prepare the kids. But also we expect a certain quality of students that come from basic education. For instance, one of the points that's noted in the report is the distinction between the different pathways. So some would take a 4-year BA degree, and then others would, take a 4- or 5-year route, which includes, a general bachelor's degree together with a postgraduate education degree, and that's got to do with the supply, because if we don't have maths and science, for instance, people coming in to study training, then it means it has an effect on the output. So it's about schools and universities working together in ensuring that we get the proper quality, but we also send back the proper quality. So that's the first thing. But I think the second thing is around how we, as higher education could help prepare teachers respond to digital skills, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth, so that they are able to get into the classroom even much more ready. So those are some of the work that we'll have to, work on in order to respond to what becomes the demand. And then finally, familiarity with the content. If someone is going to be teaching a particular subject matter, they need to be familiar in how, and therefore, the changes and evolution in the curriculum at basic education level and how we constantly, almost on real time, respond to that or enable teachers to be able to adapt to the new changes, but also contributing to that because they are responsible for, delivering the content and, they have to understand what, what is involved, what, in the subject matter that they are supposed to be delivering.
One question that is hotly debated in many countries is, are teachers best trained at the margins of universities? That learn the subject with other people and then they get, or do we need institutions that are actually really focused on teachers? And what's your take on that?
Look, we made the fatal, I think, mistake in South Africa by shutting down teacher training colleges, and it's a discussion that we, have been having for some time. And so what's happening there at university in terms of teacher training, and the role that teacher colleges have been playing in the past, and the kind of teachers that we, produce. For instance, do we need all the teachers to be trained at university? Have we? I was asking the team in preparation for this as part of the discussion, I was asking, do we still have the same, formula in terms of training of teachers, where they spend some time in the classroom and some time in their classroom learning, but also in the classroom of, in their future workplace, getting to familiarize with themselves with what is to happen. So it's still, of course, a big debate, and I think now that we are preparing to be, or rather going to be focusing, for instance, on ECD practitioners. So that's one of the areas we could look at is where do we train this, the ECD practitioners, and maybe that could be an opportunity for us to, to reopen that link between schools and where we train teachers.
Please.
Sorry, just to add to Minister Manamela's point, I think one of one of the greatest feedback that I keep receiving from people who are in the schooling system, receiving students who leave university, and to the point he was making about teacher colleges, is that the feedback is that there's perhaps a missing link in terms of pedagogical teaching. So you would have a lot of subject experts, but who's teaching on the art of teaching? And that perhaps might be the missing link that we need to have a conversation about.
Exactly. And by the way, it's not just with teachers, it's with nurses, it's with people working in agriculture, in police. So where we shut down, nursing colleges, teacher colleges, so that disconnect has been there,
Minister, this is exactly the experience that we have in many other countries too, that where teacher education is left to the normal university business, you end up with subject specialists who lack that, sense of pedagogical ownership. And that's, I think, a big challenge that faces us all, because in the future, maybe this subject teaching will become easier. Technology might play a big role in knowledge transmission. But the other parts, the pedagogical part, understanding who are those students in front of me, who do they want to become, how can I accompany them, that's going to be the predominant. A great teacher tomorrow is not going to be just a good instructor, but needs to be a good coach, a good mentor, a great facilitator, powerful evaluator, creative designer of innovative learning environment. And that's something that probably requires some specialization, some special focus in the education of educators. So I'm going to follow with great interest how this debate will shape up in South Africa, because it is a big debate in many education systems. Minister Gunga Prasad, your country, Mauritius, is not covered in this TALIS data, so you're free to speak. You're not seeing yourself in the mirror of this data today. I hope that will change in the future. But what's your take on this? Do you see teachers in Mauritius in that broad picture, and where would you position your country when you think about the future of teaching?
Now, I've just heard the Higher Education Minister of South Africa. In Mauritius, fortunately, we have an institution which is responsible for the training of our teachers, right from pre-primary, primary, and secondary school teachers. They are provided the training by the Mauritius Institute of Education. And this is the place where they go. You may be a graduate, you may have completed your master's or your degree, but it is imperative, at least for pre-primary and primary school teachers, to get the proper training prior to their joining the profession. It was not the same for secondary school teachers until recently, where then it is now mandated that they hold a PGCE, and that PGCE, they can get it after starting teaching, after 1 or 2 years of the teaching, then they go and have that PGCE in order to start, to continue teaching. Now, definitely you raise an important issue. The Basic Education Minister raised an issue that you may be a degree holder, you may be an expert in that subject, but understanding how curriculum, how pedagogy, how we teach students, that is very, very important. And fortunately, we don't have that issue in Mauritius. But definitely when we talk about this teaching profession, we have a lot of challenges. Number one is retention rate. Fortunately, it is quite high in Mauritius. But at the same time, it is increasingly being feminized. A lot of women, lady teachers joining the profession. But the problem arises for pre-primary and primary school educators, teachers, because those in the pre-primary sector, they always look forward to joining something which is more remunerative, because in Mauritius there is a sort of a dichotomy there in terms of what salary they get. So university lecturers, then you have the secondary school educators, then we have the primary school teachers, and at the lowest rung we have the early childhood teachers. So I think there is something to ponder over it, how we can address that issue. But another important thing is this lifelong learning thing that you raised earlier, Andreas, because a teacher who joined the profession 30 years ago, and now the classroom has changed significantly today. And if you're not properly equipped to face the new challenges in terms of technology, in terms of the attitudes of students, in terms of security that you mentioned earlier, that is why CPD becomes something crucial. And in Mauritius, it is mandatory, it is important for educators to have this in-training service and also to have training throughout their career. It is imperative so that they get the necessary tools and equipment to address emerging challenges in the profession. If you don't do that, then they may be left behind. And as we are a technologically driven world now, it is imperative that we produce the students who can easily adapt in that world. And for the students to adapt in that world, teachers primarily needs to get the support that they need. That is why lifelong learning for teachers, especially with online education today, it's important that our educators get the best of what they can in order to serve the students to the best of their abilities.
Do you believe, I mean, this is a matter of mainly, I mean, this lifelong learning is mainly a matter of provision, or also perhaps a matter of mindset among teachers? You know, as a teacher, I know everything, I don't need to learn. Or do you think there is something that we need to do to create more of a culture of learning for teachers?
You lead me to a fundamental question. Are teachers born or are they made? That is an important question. And the best teachers of the world will tell you they had something in them prior to their joining the service. There are many, all right, they felt the call of the profession. They felt that there is something within them and they want to serve the kids. They feel at ease with the kids. And others, gradually, they go to institutions to get the training. So I think here is a bit the difference. Some have the inborn traits, the characteristics in order to be a high-performing teacher, because a teacher does not only need to come from the academia to get a lot of qualifications and so on. They need something, that little magic. And that is why I say that only good people can become good teachers, because good teachers have to be good people. It is imperative that they have this goodness, and we need to contextualize goodness, what goodness means. It is not when someone who is going to tolerate indiscipline in the class, to permit some things which are not doable. Good teachers are people who have this patience, and this patience, you can't teach patience in a university. You can't teach patience in an institution. How do you deal with a student who is faltering, a student who is a slow learner? How do you deal with a student who needs emotional support? How do you deal with a student who comes from an underprivileged background? How do you hold the hand of a child? This is important. So definitely you're talking about the mindset. Unfortunately, I have to say, there are some, because it is a profession, they just join it, and afterwards they may realize they are a misfit there, but they continue in the profession. But many teachers here, if there are teachers here, I would like to salute the wonderful job that you are doing. And I thank South Africa, especially yesterday, the visit that you allowed us to have in the school there. And we saw that from the headmistress to all the members of staff and the pupils, how the love for teaching is there. And this is the magic. This is the thing that is missing. If someone has it, and it comes from within. It comes from within when you look at the kids as your kids, and I will call them proxy parents. This is the term I use. How these wonderful teachers, they sacrifice their free time, they sacrifice their own privileges in order to look after kids. This is the type of educators, of teachers that we need in the 21st century. We may have a bag full of certificates. We may have a bag full of information we receive in universities. But if our heart, if deep within, we don't have this desire, this flame to serve the kids and to see them progressing, all right, during from January to December in our classrooms, and how over a span of time we held someone's hand and today they have achieved something. This is the magic of the teaching profession. And this is what institutions should continue instilling, the values, the principles. Because more than the academic thing, I think, these unwritten, this is what I call, by the way, the informal curriculum. All right? The informal curriculum sometimes is more important than the formalized curriculum. The message, the values, the body language, the eye contact, the pat on the shoulder, the little good morning, how are you? How the teacher is much more than an instructor. The teacher today is a healer. At a time when we have a lot of children, a lot of members of staff who are broken in one way or the other, the teacher is someone who brings all the pieces together and lights a hope in the eyes, in the heart, in the mind of thousands of students, if I have not millions of students worldwide. That is why today the teaching profession, we have to view it again anew. And this forum gives me the opportunity to salute those in my country and all around the world, the wonderful teachers. Without them, we wouldn't have been here. So teachers, I salute you.
Yeah. You know, actually, when you look at the TALIS data and you ask teachers, why did you become a teacher? Actually, the vast majority of people respond on those values. They say, I became a teacher, I want to make a difference to the lives of young people. It's not, I want to teach mathematics, but I want to help young people on their journey. I think that is what should give us courage, that actually there is that energy. This is the motivation that drives ultimately also the job satisfaction. At the same time, we always need to look at, the reality as well. We surveyed students during the pandemic in 22, and we asked them, you know, what do your teachers do they do for you? Do you get access to learning material, instruction, digital resources, and so on? And in most countries, actually, students say, yeah, my teachers did all of that. They gave me lessons, homework, and so on. But when you ask them, you know, what's the share of students where the teacher asked them, you know, how are you? You know, taking that personal interest, it was 15%.
Sure.
So it's still missing in our education system, that culture, that emotional connection. I mean, it's something that we talk about, that teachers value themselves, but there is something in our education systems that doesn't make this the norm, that is still very much a transactional enterprise, not a relational experience.
I concur with you, because if I'm not mistaken, Maya Angelou said something. It is not what you told them, it is how you taught them, how you cared for them. Because I will say many people can come and teach you mathematics, languages, or sciences, but the way you connected with the pupil, with the student, especially when the times go rough, as you mentioned, the pandemics. If you have a student who has just who returns after losing someone, a member of the family, and you don't connect with the child, you don't understand the child, if you don't ask the child to share the grief he has just gone through, we are doing a disservice to the profession somewhere. It is not only like in The Little Prince, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry would say, we modern men, sometimes we have forgotten the basics. And that is why the school we visited here in Kruger, we feel that there is this connection. And we have a lot of fears if the teacher does not exterminate the many phobias in the student. Some students may be good in languages but have problems with mathematics. Or just like a minister like me, I have phobia for snakes. And I asked the students yesterday, how do you deal with that? And they taught me that. So until and unless you understand how they learn and you put them at ease, it would be useless to go about bragging about pedagogy, about curriculum, and so on. So coming back, I think, how we connect, and the best way to connect is to use your heart. If you only teach them with your mind, it will help to some extent. But if you teach them with your heart and your mind, as I was saying yesterday, this is what Aristotle said. If you only teach their mind and you forget how to teach their heart, you fail to connect with their heart, sometimes we fail them. That is why it is important, everyone, especially teachers, because if we want posterity, if we want the future to still have humane values, if we want the future to be secure, if you want the future to retain about humanism, about values, about this connection, otherwise we are going the wrong direction with too much of technology coming. It's important that human beings be placed at the center of any classroom, any teaching, any policy, any curriculum design, whatever you may call it.
Thank you very much. I think that's all something that we share, that we just need to bring into the reality of every classroom. Felipe, let me turn to you. In our kind of international comparisons, Brazil is always the poster child of educational improvement. In fact, you know, if you look at large countries that have moved the needle over the last 20 years, you look to Brazil, you look to Vietnam, but you do not find so many, actually. There are few countries that have been able to constantly raise student learning outcomes, and that's, I think, something clearly visible in Brazil. At the same time, when you look at the TALIS data, you can see how quality teachers have become the biggest bottleneck in Brazil. You could see high numbers of teacher shortages. You can see that despite the fact that, you know, again, the material conditions of teachers are quite good in Brazil now, the social status of teachers is still not where you would like it to see. So how is Brazil getting that into this next step, moving from, you know, from good to great, really, in its culture of education?
Thank you, Andreas, for the invitation. On behalf of the Minister Camilo Santana, I'd like to say we are very proud to be here in South Africa with Minister Guarube and Minister Manamela. Minister Gunga Prasad from Mauritius. It's very difficult to speak after your inspiring words, but I'll try my best anyway. As you know, Brazil is a huge country, almost a continent, and we have more than 200 million people, and we have 3 levels of management, the federal, the state, and the municipalities. It adds a very complex issue to manage. And as you said, we are trying to improve last 2 or 3 decades, and we are getting the results in terms of more children in primary school, more children finalizing and going to higher education. But we still face a lot of problems due to our reality. The regions in Brazil are very, very diverse. And you can imagine in Amazonia, its connection is an issue. It's very hard to get internet for pedagogical use. So we don't get this cables. We need a connection by internet or high-frequency radio. So it's a logistical challenge. And once we get it, some results of TALIS are very, very interesting. I must say that OECD we are a user of OECD tools, and we are partners, as I may say. For example, for the PISA exam or the TALIS, we have been partnered since 2008, so it's useful for our Institute of Research, INEP, and the data provided, you provide insights. One very specific is the use of artificial intelligence for Brazilian students. They are using a lot. And in fact, teachers, the students are learning. Teachers are learning from the students how to use AI. It's very interesting. I have 3 children, I did myself, because they give instructions, and then can make music, they can make robots, they can, I don't know, maybe a rocket, because they know how to use it. It's very different from the use of cell phones or social media, because now we have a lot that benefit from the school. But when it comes to the pedagogical and creative use of artificial intelligence, we can see the Brazilian students are doing very well. And the teachers are doing well as well because of the students. So the learning process is going both ways. Teachers are inspiring students, but the students are inspiring teachers. And when the community is involved, I mean parents and family and managers and municipalities, we can improve a lot and much faster. And of course, you mentioned the last 2 decades, Brazil is trying to improve the social condition as a whole. For example, the coalition to have food in school, to have meals, 1 or 2 meals per day. It's very important because some families, for example, they're monoparental families. Use the mother, they have 5 or 6 children, and the mother works all day long. And from very child care, 2, 3 years old, they must be at school and they must be fed. When we go to higher school, teenagers, a lot of challenges emerge as well. So all this, it's a holistic approach that we are trying. And we are working with states and municipalities. And your question, how to move to the next step. So we are trying to building on the work that's being done and to coordinate states, municipalities. I must say that in Brazil, the valorization of the professional, of educator is a big issue. So we are trying to work on the building of identity. And in the case of Brazil, at least salary is still important. So because of the different regions, so a teacher in São Paulo is different from a teacher in Amazonia, and including the level of salary, but always the connection with internet, the availability of books and libraries, and so on and so forth. So we are trying to provide standards and to provide funding. Funding is important. Yes.
Yeah, I think also the point that you make about creating an identity for teachers, this professional pride and identity, I think is critically important. You know, you made that point, you know, in Sao Paulo is easier than in Amazonia. But actually, the way I look at Brazil, you know, particularly our PISA data, the biggest successes in Brazil have not been in Sao Paulo or the big cities. The biggest successes have been in states like Ceará. They have been in states like Amazonia. So actually, I think that is a very powerful lesson, and I think that must have to do with the kind of quality of teachers. No?
Yes, definitely. You know, in São Paulo, only the city, you have 20 million of people. I can imagine it's a little bit like Johannesburg. It's a big city, so the challenges are huge as well. Maybe they are bigger, so you're right. And the state of Ceará, you mentioned, is the hometown of Your Excellency Minister Camilo Santana. And he did a wonderful job, and Ceará, the indicators of education in Ceará are the best in Brazil. Because, as you pointed out, the investment was in the expertise of the teachers, and including salaries as well. But all the holistic approach involving the valorization and the training, the career to have autonomy, to be part of the decisions. So this feeling and this engagement, it's very present in Ceará. It's a kind of model for the other states in Brazil, a very positive incentive. Look what Ceará did with less resources than other states in northeast of Brazil, for example. So this is inspiring teachers, students, and mentors in Brazil.
Yeah, I think also the way in which you have been able to, you know, get really teachers from very high-performing schools to support teachers in more difficult circumstances, I think is really exemplary. I think many countries can learn from this. I want to use the last few minutes to look outward. You know, what can we do together as a global community to raise the status of the teaching profession? You know, one of the principles of the OECD is, you know, we don't tell any country what they should be doing, but we tell everybody what everybody else has been doing. And we have told you this with the TALIS data. You get that mirror, you see yourself in light of what others are perceiving. But if you look at, you know, where you stand on this, where do you believe, you know, global collaboration can take us next to ensure that we, at a global stage, you know, we prepare, you know, the world for the next challenges? And I'll start with you, Minister Haruba.
I mean, I've been, ever since the minister was speaking about remuneration and how as university professors and secondary school and primary school, I think especially it would be amiss of me not to say this, considering the fact that we as a country have put the foundations of learning at the forefront of our education working group priority. That I think we need to look at how the reason why we have, at least in South Africa, a massive supply of high school teachers is because we put a lot of stock on saying you want to be a high school maths teacher. And I think that we actually have to think differently about what is it that we really want to say about the foundations of learning? And we need to kind of maybe invert the pyramid and say if we want to strengthen at that level, we need to incentivize people, pay them fairly, and put stock in how we want quality foundation phase teachers. And we not only need to just pay them fairly, but also we need to essentially make the case that they are just as important, if not more important, than any other teacher in any other phase of schooling. And so this has been sitting on my mind, and I think perhaps considering that most of the room here is in agreement about the fact that if we don't get the foundations right, everything else becomes remedial, it becomes costly, then I think we must invert the pyramid. And we must put a lot of stock in being able to teach at the foundations of learning, and we must have the best amongst us doing that kind of work.
I think that inversion of the pyramid is a very powerful kind of symbol for this. Minister Manamela, your thoughts on this from the perspective of what can higher education do to advance, teachers for tomorrow?
Look, I mean, I think it's firstly benchmarking, because I think the study helps us in doing that, to look at what are the best practices out there. And secondly, I think it's about, sharing available resources. The discussions we have had with some of the colleagues on the sidelines included some of the initiatives that they're involved in at higher education level around improving teacher training, which includes the use of technology, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. And I think it's about that sort of collaboration. And thirdly, I think it's about keeping the question of teacher education, teacher conditions on the international agenda. I think there are organizations that are responsible for that. We had Education International here yesterday, and I hope they're still here today, to help us be on our toes in keeping issues of training of teachers on the agenda. I think what Minister Hube said earlier, that we have to learn from the practitioners themselves at a global level. So this study helps us do that, and it also helps us open up, collaborative opportunities and initiatives at a global level.
Prasad, your thoughts on what we can do together?
I think sharing good practices is the starting point, because I also believe in the multiplicity of pathways, in the way, because we have our own realities. And I need on this stage pay tribute to that great Brazilian pedagogue who has influenced me a lot, Paulo Freire, who has written The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Okay, this is something which is an eye-opener. How we look after kids, especially coming from one underprivileged background, and also who have difficulty, learning difficulties, and how we try to help them overcome obstacles and so on. But here in the room and elsewhere with technology, it is important that we have this open-mindedness and accept what is working in other countries, in other provinces, in other states, and enrich our own practices. Teachers will talk about a community of practitioners, and I think this forum here and elsewhere provides us very enriching platforms where we can look at what our neighbor is doing, at our friend is doing, and if that good practice, if we can adopt it, adapt it to our own reality, we are going to serve our kids in a far better way. Because these are methods, these are practices which have already been tried successfully. And if we can bring them to our own local context, we need to contextualize it as well, because we have things which may work and may not work as well. So I think there should be an ongoing platform, an ongoing discourse among policymakers, among people, academia, for example. Earlier there was this question how we connect research with policies. I think policymakers should be always open to what is in the offer. What are you offering? Like the insights TALIS is providing. Though we may not be a member, it does not mean that it cannot be a takeaway. It is something that we will take it home and ponder over it and try to see what can we use and how in order to enhance the type of education that we are providing to our kids. Because no country is an island, though I come from Mauritius today. So it is important today that we get connected, not only connectivity in terms of Wi-Fi, in terms of good practices, in terms of ideas, in terms of what research is, and we take informed decisions. Informed decisions because today we can't fail our kids because we don't have time to invent the wheel. We need to move ahead. And once more, I think we need to thank all these people from Montessori to the Khan Academy in India, to Paulo Freire, to all the researchers, to everyone present here and outside the room who has in one way or the other contributed in ensuring that education takes the next step.
Thank you. We heard benchmarking, we heard sharing of POSI experiences, and actually Brazil has been one of the most generous countries, actually sharing its expertise and experience with the world. And so much of our work as the OECD as well. But Felipe, what's your take on what we can do together beyond, data sharing of experience?
I would like to make two concise comments. First, on foundational learning. I think the experience of the state of Ceará in Brazil, you mentioned, it's very significant. So the idea, it was very simple, and usually simple ideas work better when you focus. So the idea in Ceará was to have literacy by 7, 8 years old, full for all. And the political will plus the expertise of the teachers make it happen, and the results were clear. And the same applies to numeracy. So beginning at early age and step by step improving, and together with music, sports, so a very holistic and efficient approach. And when we go for higher education, we have a lot of universities in Brazil. They are starting to continue to be more international. So they are making agreements and memorandums with other universities. We want to give more scholarships to students to be in Brazil, and we want to send more Brazilian students abroad. So it began in President Lula's first mandate, and then President Dilma, and now again with President Lula. So there is this spirit of not only sharing best practice, but to provide the opportunity for students to exchange and to move around and to learn. And we have a lot of things to do, cooperation, OECD cooperation, but always South-South cooperation. We could use more the BRICS initiatives and the IBSA initiative to really boost this international cooperation in the educational field. So that's what we're wondering. In Brazil, very specifically, now one challenge is to have more federal institutes of technology. So we are trying to raise from 11% to 25% the percent of students, because some students don't want to stay 5 years in a graduation. They want to have a 2-3 years very good qualification and skills to start working in the agriculture fields, renewable energies fields, and we are trying to, and we are doing it. So President Lula launched more than 35 new federal institutes of technology. And we are trying to establish partners with other big BRICS countries to boost it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the point that you make, helping teachers look outwards It could be looking outwards to research. It could be looking outwards to other experiences, to other countries, I think is incredibly important. We take that for granted in many other professions. You know, if you're a scientist, you can talk to scientists anywhere in this world. You have a shared language, a set of ideas, a shared evidence base. And I think education still is a long way to go to get to the same level of global collaboration and peer learning, really, that we take for granted. But, you know, this is all a tough agenda, you know. We expect teachers to live the future today that we want to see in our students tomorrow. And we have to acknowledge society is often not wisdom on this. You know, as parents, you know, we want our students to learn the way we learned. And we get very nervous when they learn things we no longer understand. As a teacher, it's tempting to teach how you were taught rather than how you were taught to teach. And you know, as a policymaker, you know, you can lose an election when something goes wrong in education, but you're not going to win an election with the best policies, because if you do something right today, you're not going to see the fruits in any kind of near election cycle. This is a tough agenda, and that's why I think, you know, people like you working together globally, this is how we can make this happen. And we have the evidence base. I think TALIS gives us, you know, a sense of where we are and what actually works in what context, and I think making the best out of this is something that I hope we will achieve in the future. The world needs that kind of progress. I want to thank my panelists. Please join me in concluding the session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. I have the gifts for...
Thank you.
With your permission?
Yes.
The hands were not sufficient. The hands were not sufficient. Thank you so much. We want to say thanks to the chair of the panel, Andreas, and also thank you so much to the Honorable Minister for Education and Human Resources in Mauritius, our Ministry of Education in Brazil. Thank you so much to our Honorable Minister Kwarube of Basic Education in South Africa, and also thank you so much to our Minister of Higher Education and Training, Mr. Honorable Buti Manamela. I was supposed to have, I'm just going to acknowledge, because I was going to give 3 minutes to one of our leader in the institution and the education sector, so I'm told the time is not on her side. I want to acknowledge and continue to acknowledge the presence of other ministers that are keep on joining us. We have already seen Minister Manamela on the stage. We are also joined by the minister from Italy. I think we keep on acknowledging the head of delegation, the ministers that are here, excellencies that are here, leaders of institutions that are here. And I also want to acknowledge the assistant DG from UNESCO, who's responsible for education. She was supposed to do just closing remarks just for the panel and all the deliberations that were here. Can we just give a round of applause to Stephanie? Just for you to acknowledge, stand up and greet. I thought you were going to come and just give a 3 minutes closing remarks. Can you come to the stage? You're welcomed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think the panel eloquently explained challenges and opportunities on such an important topic, close to also UNESCO agenda very much. And just a few minutes to connect a few dots, complementing also a little bit the great work that our colleagues at OECD, particularly Andrea Schleicher, are doing through the TALIS data and research. Well, everything started here in South Africa almost 2 years ago, February 2024. Many partners and the colleagues who were with us, 1 hour flight from here, from Skukuza in Johannesburg, when the global report on the teaching profession, UNESCO and the Teachers Task Force, by the way, by South Africa and Germany, was launched. And I'm sure you are familiar with one of the main outcomes of this research, more on the quantitative side, which is about the huge, dramatic gap of teachers we have in the world, 44 million, out of which 15 million are about this continent. And I think at that moment was one of the main milestones to, let's say, wake up the international community in education to realize that we have to work closely, firmly on teachers and the teaching profession to be valued, to be prioritized, to be really at the core of quality education, because we all know, and also Data TALIS 2025 showcase clearly, without well-prepared, well-motivated teachers, there is no quality education at all. But this is not the only dot I wish to mention. As a few months ago, as let's say part of this movement that we started to build 2 years ago in South Africa, in another continent, in another country, still the main communities of teachers and our dear friends from International Education International were with us, and ministers convene once again the world community of players, main stakeholders in education in Santiago, Chile, where the very first World Teachers Summit was held. And in Santiago, many topics were discussed. I think, Andreas, the data you presented here are very much, let's say, mirroring this important moment. You are with us as well, and thanks for that. And, too many teachers in the world feel undervalued, feel overstretched, especially with administrative tasks. They feel very much, and that's the most, let's say, dramatic word I wish to highlight, excluded. They feel to be out of the policy-making decision processes, and they feel out of the real, let's say, advancement on the education agenda. And that's where the Santiago Consensus declaration comes in. I could mention many things that this declaration is bringing out, but only one point, Madam Chairwoman. I seriously take your instruction to stay brief and straight to the point. And the point is that in this declaration, in this Santiago's Consensus new commitment to value teachers and the teaching profession, there is a clear point which recognizes that teachers and teaching is not about, teaching is not a transition activity. Teaching is a unique relationship between the person who is responsible to unlock the potential of the learner and learners as the new citizens of the future. And from that point, from that valorization of this unique relationship, the inspiring idea that I wish to share with you, and I hope that this movement is growing up from Johannesburg to Santiago to Skukuza and ahead in the coming months, to propose that this unique relationship will be inscribed to the intangible cultural heritage of UNESCO as a symbolic recognition that teachers matter, and without teachers, we cannot repair a broken world. And this is the message from UNESCO to complement such an inspiring discussion. Thank you so much. Count on us in the future.
Thank you so much to the Assistant DG UNESCO for responsible for education, Stefania Giannini. And I was actually showing her the photos when she was hosting us. And she created time to talk to all the countries that were there at the UNESCO conference. And the topic we were dealing with, accessibility of technology in rural schools. And thank you so much once more again. We are moving on to our last speaker before lunch, the presentation by the GEC teacher champion. I'm going to introduce our speaker. The speakers knows that they have got their own time limit, which is they are going to take responsibility to count it. We are going to invite a deputy principal who is currently acting principal at Westview Special School in Port Elizabeth, Gqeberha in Eastern Cape. And she provides strategic leadership aimed at promoting inclusive, skill-oriented learning environments. Her professional journey reflects a deep commitment to educational innovation, learner support, and the advancement of specialized education in South Africa. She is a married and a proud mother, two children. Let's put our hands together for Mrs. Ziyanda Gobodo to come and talk to us. She's not yet here, let's encourage her.
Where's the laptop?
Okay. Communication team, do you have a presentation? Okay, they've got your presentation. Okay, you can put it up. You'll use this one.
I just want to say good afternoon to our honorable ministers, and all the distinguished guests from all around the world. Welcome. So, in South Africa, we like to say, if you can teach, you can handle anything. So, I'd say the G20 leaders, maybe this one is for me too, because I'll take it as another day in a classroom, but with slightly better catering, of course. So, without standing in the way of you and your lunch, I will be sharing our perspective as schools of skill in terms of how we can amplify teacher voices in special needs education. Now, I just want to give you a bit of context. So, with TALIS being this global survey, focusing on, teachers, their practices, their beliefs, and professional development, so when you look at South Africa in terms of inclusion, I believe TALIS is there to amplify diverse teacher realities. And how do we as schools of skill matter in TALIS? I believe that schools of skill bring a specialized, often overlooked perspective. And I'll tell you why I say that. When we look at the OECD, we know that it foregrounds teacher voices, their practices, and professional development. Now, in South Africa, the inclusion of schools of skill in TALIS discourse is critical to ensuring a holistic picture of all the realities across all education sectors. Now, our perspective highlights the unique teacher roles, the professional development needs, and the practices within our type of schools. Now, I believe that schools of skill offer a unique educational context. Remember, these schools cater for learners who experience barriers to learning. And often these kids come from mainstream schools, but they tend to often possess practical, vocational, and technical talents, if I can call it that. And when you look at our curriculum, it is a blend of academic foundations, vocational training, and it requires teachers to adapt their pedagogy for learners with diverse cognitive, behavioral, and literacy challenges. Now, teachers in these schools serve dual roles. In other words, they're not just educators, but they are also skills facilitators, preparing these learners for life and the workplace. I want us to quickly take a look if the technical crew can just help me with the next one.
Westview School was started in January of 1961 and was brought about because of the lack of specialized education for learners with special educational needs. The initial school building housed only 240 learners and 15 educators. Today, we accommodate over 700 learners and more than 50 educators. We boast with 15 fully equipped technical workshops and suitable academic classes. Our objectives are to educate learners to become independent and responsible citizens that contribute to society by mastering a skill in a skills or vocational program, ensuring a sense of meaningful purpose in society to their life. Our mission statement is success through hard work, And we firmly believe in this and instill this in our learners. Westview Special School caters for learners that are mild to moderately intellectually disabled. During the 4 years at Westview, they will follow the National Occupational Curriculum as determined by the Department of Education. Learners are set up to either enter the formal labour market or to be an entrepreneur. Once they have finished Year 4 and the National Occupational Curriculum are gazetted, they will leave our school with an NQF Level 2 certificate. We adhere to the prescribed National Curriculum Statement, which we adapt according to our learners' needs. These academic subjects include a home language, a first additional language, mathematics, life skills, creative art, natural science, and
Thank you so
physical
much.
education.
Thank you. I think I'm going to
Agricultural-
cut it short because I actually want to give you a comprehensive experience while I'm standing here today. And my next question is, what distinguishes those teachers in schools of skill? You know, the teachers that ignite skill, that ignite confidence and purpose within these learners. What makes them different from a normal mainstream school educator? I want you to take a look at this picture. And those are some of our learners. And they are busy polishing their skills, which they were taught by our own educators. Now, in order to be successful as an educator in a school of skill, it is important that you requires a lot of patience and empathy. It requires, innovation and creativity. Not to even mention your collaborative spirit. In other words, working with trade instructors or mainstream educators and even, external partners such as industry partners. The most important is that these teachers have to always remain resilient. And they are the ones that are supposed to sustain motivation, despite the systemic challenges. And lastly, which I've already articulated before, is the fact that they need to, possess dual expertise. In other words, balancing academic teaching with vocational or skills training on the other side. So these are just some of the unique professional development practices, but I'm not going to go into too much detail because I have been given a time limit and I don't want to overstep my bounds. So if you don't mind, I will move on to my next slide because I feel it is very important to focus on teacher development needs. Teachers need a lot of training in instructional adaptations for these types of learners. There's a lot of strategies for teaching literacy and numeracy that is embedded in a lot of vocational contexts. And when we look at industry-relevant skills, upskilling the latest practices and technologies to ensure that learners remain industry ready. Not to even mention the psychosocial support training. And usually when we hear the words psychosocial support, we immediately just consider the learners, but in this context, I believe the teachers also need it. And then lastly, when you look at assessment adaptations, it is very important that these teachers are trained in developing alternative assessment methods that recognize practical competency. This, to me, is the highlight of my presentation, because as teachers, we have a tendency of being stagnant, of remaining in our comfort zone, but it is very crucial that we recalibrate our mindset. In other words, we know we have an obligation, which is to actually teach these learners, but if you as an educator are not curious enough to fulfill whatever obligation we have, you will never reach the students' curiosity as well. You'll never be able to match it. So it is very important for us as teachers to recalibrate our mindset. I just want to show you a short clip. Please, the technical team, thank you. Thank you. So that was me basically giving you a snippet of what our learners do in our, technical workshops, the types of skills that are being imparted on them. That is exactly what you've seen in that video. And part of being able to focus on teacher dimensions is to acknowledge professional knowledge and growth. In other words, teachers require continuous, context-specific professional development. And teachers also need to shift from theory-based delivery to practical, adapted, hands-on pedagogy. And there's nothing that, builds any society just like collaboration. We all know in any institution, collaboration is key. And paired with that and the well-being of educators is motivation and job satisfaction. We each at some point need to be driven by a sense of purpose. And lastly, well-being. With the high emotional demands, they necessitate structured support networks. And that, in my opinion, is why TALIS could be what we need in South Africa, because it can be our own reflective lens. Now I'm closing off. And just to give you my perspective, I believe that TALIS offers a platform to amplify teacher voices in our sector. And schools of skill represent a specialized cadre in South Africa. And it deserves tailored developmental pathways. Now, recognizing the work strengthens the continuum of inclusive education and aligns TALIS insights with South Africa's national priorities. Last one, and then I guess I'll have to step down at some point. Thank you to the technical guy. Can you play that last clip? I'm still waiting for hands. It's okay to clap, you know, when you see such brilliance, it's okay. It's okay. Now me closing off and then stepping down before Dr. Chatty never invites me ever again. I just want to say, schools of skill are more than just institutions. They are incubators of talent. Our teachers are not only educators, but also catalysts of transformation. These are the people that are equipping these learners with the skills that they need for life. These are the same people that ensure that these learners, you know, find some form of employability along the line. So it is very important to recognize schools of skill because they're very important and they serve a certain cadre within our education sector. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was our acting principal, our champion from Westview School in PE, Gqeberha, in the Eastern Cape. A round of applause for her. We have concluded this session at a high, powerful note. We are going to our lunch now for the next 1 hour. I will want to request that we use 40 minutes and the 10 minutes we use it to walk back as we come back to do the other panels. And the process is the same. Our excellencies, the ministers, the head of delegation, the leaders of our partners in the education sector, and all, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to use the same venue where we have been having our lunch even yesterday. Bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch.
Good afternoon, welcome back. Sorry to disturb us chatting. I hope I forgot earlier before we went to lunch. I was given that there are keys of an Audi car that are with the police. If there's anyone who knows somebody who was looking for the keys for the Audi car, it's with the police by the door. I am happy that we are continuing, and I saw a lot of movement, but let me just continue to stand on the protocol that was established earlier. Greetings to all our ministers and also to all our excellencies, to the host MEC of Education in Mpumalanga, to also the leaders of all the institutions, leading institutions, both internationally and also nationally. Greetings also to all the partners in the sector of education. Greetings to our DGs and the DDGs that are in the house, both for South Africa and the international community. Let me also take this time and welcome you back from lunch. I hope we have been able to properly nourish our bodies. I'm here going to hand over for a panel discussion that will be led by the chair, will be Professor Ursula Hoadley. She's going to be able to introduce the panel members, but I can just equally say that she is a professor in the curriculum in the School of Education at the University of Cape Town. Her teaching and research focus on the relationship between forms of curriculum and pedagogy and social inequalities. Her most recent work has focused on pedagogies within structured early grade reading programs in Liberia, Uganda, and South Africa. Her other major project is a mixed methods and interdisciplinary research project, the Mixed Methods Investigation of Learner Assessment Progress and Support project, looking at pedagogies and schooling process at the high school level. Prof has served on several committees and boards, including the Ministerial Review Committee for the National Curriculum and the Board of Equal Education Law Center. Prof is widely published internationally and sits on several editorial boards of journals, including the British Journal of Sociology of Education and the International Sociological Studies in Education Journal. She is an NRF-rated researcher and a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa. Her most recent book is Pedagogy in Poverty, 20 Years of Curriculum Reform in South Africa, published already. So let's welcome Professor Ursula Hoadley together with her panelists. She will take over and introduce the members of the panel. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that very long introduction. I'm going to now introduce my panel members, who I'm afraid I'm going to give very short shrift, because I'm just going to introduce them by their titles, but I'm sure many of you know them well. And we're really glad to welcome them to the panel today, because as you might have noticed from the program, our panel has reconfigured itself quite substantially. But what we have ended up with is a really exciting panel of people who are involved in unions at the global level, at the regional level, and at the national level. So on my right, immediate right, is Antonia Wolf, who is the Director of Research and Policy and Advocacy at Education International. Next to her is Laurent Cotanou, who is a member of Cabinet of the African Union Commission, chairperson. And importantly, he wanted me to note that he is the child of 2 teachers in Benin. And then I'm sure to many of you needs no introduction is Basil Manuel, who is the current executive director of NAPTOSA, which is one of the largest teacher unions in South Africa. So while we were originally going to look at issues around classroom practice, we will touch on that, but we're going to talk about issues more broadly, and also, as I said, to get the unique perspective, the unique union perspective on the TALIS program and the findings that have been released today. I think the DBE really has to be congratulated for participating in the TALIS. It's obviously a great deal of work and resources that are channeled into this. And I think that it's a really important window on our system. We've got lots of learner data. We participate in PIRLS and TIMS and our own national assessments. We've got quite a lot of school data as well, but we have much less teacher survey data, and it's a really important piece in the puzzle to discover the features of teachers' work, their working lives, their conditions, the demands, the needs, as a key link in our larger system. So I'm going to start off, kick off the panel by asking each of our panel members a relatively broad question, and I'll start with you, Antonia. So could you talk about the key takeaway from the TALIS findings for you from the perspective of Educational International?
Yeah, with pleasure. So good afternoon, everyone. Education International is, of course, the global federation of teacher unions, representing teachers in 174 countries. And at the moment, one of the priorities that we're working on is the global shortage of teachers, a reality where fewer and fewer young people seem to want to become teachers, and more of the teachers in the profession are in the process of leaving the profession. And in that context, TALIS is such an important contribution as we seek to understand what it's like to be a teacher today. What are the challenges? What are the obstacles? What kind of support is there? And what is yet to be done? I think what the 2024 edition of TALIS reminds us of is that teacher shortages are not an inevitable feature of an education system, but shortages are a result of policy interventions, or sometimes the lack of policy interventions. They are the result of funding decisions and too often decisions not to invest in our public education systems. Looking at the 2024 edition and its findings, I'm hoping that we're coming back to look at issues around teacher well-being. And I know many of the speakers this morning argued that the results were quite good because it was only about 1/5 of teachers that reported being super stressed in the profession. Mark was reflecting on the South African findings, saying that it's not that many teachers that are considering leaving the profession. And I think it's important to remind us, firstly, that global averages need to be unpacked. A global average always means that there